Look. Everybody staying at home, getting government checks. Y'all got no independence and no self-respect. You got played, it's too late, now it's cause and effect. You ain't willing to change and that I'm willing to bet. Your American dream and my American dream are different, sitting on a star harder than we got the same vision. Mention me with the greatest, cause every time I came with it, came in until I take over, then I ain't finished. I am everything these corporations hate. I'm an entrepreneur, they can see I'm doing great. I can make $1 billion and they wouldn't get a thing when they hold no power and they ain't got no say. It's time to be independent, you talking, now living. If you really was a boss, then you start your business. Now it's not the time for you to give it to submission. They got all the power, it's our time to get it. I think they made it clear we in a war for our life. If you backed in the corner, then they forced you to fight. They stole the whole country like a thief in the night. Yeah, what in the hell is America without rights? It ain't what it is, it'll never be. Only getting worse every damn day steadily. Heard about the peace and the love in the 70s. Never seen with my own eyes. The American dream slowly been dying and becoming merely a dream. The man to be seen. We march through these streets, we know that you hearing our screams. American dream. We pay all these taxes, start to relax, and now we all falling asleep. All of you sheep better wake up or say goodbye to the American dream. Slowly been dying and becoming merely a dream. The man to be seen. We march through these streets, we know that you hearing our screams. American dream. We pay all these taxes and start to relaxing, and now we all falling asleep. Or all of us sheep. We need to wake up and say goodbye to the American dream.
I have this dream I keep having, but it fades in and out like an addict relapsing. Sometimes I wonder if it's just my imagination, cause the nation is about is collapsing. It's under attack, but it's coming from within. I'm wondering if and when we'll ever wake up and shake up this government. Cause if we don't, then I'm sorry to say it. Land of the free, we can no longer claim it. This ain't entertainment, this my declaration. For my God, my family, and my generation. I ran out of patience, I'm tired of pacing. Back and forth, ready for war if it takes it. This more than a statement, I'm willing to lay my life down. And if I thought my headstone engraving should read that he bleeds every lyric he's saying, and lead it by belief in words that he's praying. Yeah. I pray for this country, cause this ain't the country I was raised in. I was raised in a country where men had backbones and they raised men. You could call me old school, but I really don't know where those days went. So Father, please save us, I pray this in Jesus' name, amen, amen. Don't know what else I could say, man. Dream my whole life, this spit flows on the mic up enough that I could make house payments. And now that I'm here, let me make myself clear to anyone who wants to take this. You could take 6 that'll put you to sleep, and that's what we call a rude away.
The American dream, slowly been dying and becoming merely a dream. The man to be seen. We march through these streets, we know that you hearing our screams. American dream. We pay all these taxes, start to relax, and now we all falling asleep. All of you sheep better wake up or say goodbye to the American dream. Slowly been dying and becoming merely a dream. The man to be seen. We march through these streets, we know that you hearing our screams. American dream. We pay all these taxes and start to relaxing, and now we all falling asleep. Or all of us sheep. We need to wake up and say goodbye to the American dream.
This is a message that I wrote to the world from us patriots. The media's been trying to demonize us regarding the events that took place on January 6th, spreading fake news and propaganda as they always have. So I just want to take this opportunity to address the nation and tell our side of the story.
We've been fighting for y'all, and this how you treat us, calling us traitors and claim we not peaceful. Say we hypocrites and we ain't practice what we preaching, homie. We was not the ones moving further down the precinct. We was never in the streets, chanting death to the police. I don't give a fuck about your niggas trying to find a reason to keep us all divided and hide the fact that they cheated. Watch your body niggas left on the day we committed treason. They tried to deceive you with the lies that they feed you. We used to be united, what happened to we the people? They mistake you when your votes have get you when they don't need you. If you think it's bad now, homie, this is just a preview. We've been trying to warn y'all, but you didn't listen. This is communism, whole world is now in prison. Reminiscing on my freedom every day because I miss it. But we never gonna surrender, these patriots on a mission. We don't wanna go to war, but we gotta stand strong. We ain't never backing down, we ain't trying to come to wrong. So they wanna get along when they trying to start a war. Trying to persecute my people while they live up under the law. Fuck them all, it's a lost cause now. Sing a ring around the rosy, watch them all fall down. Fuck them all, it's a lost cause now. Sing a ring around the rosy, watch them all fall down. We don't wanna go to war, but we gotta stand strong. We ain't never backing down, we ain't trying to come to wrong. So they wanna get along when they trying to start a war. Trying to persecute my people while they live up under the law. Fuck them all, it's a lost cause now. Line them up like dominoes, I watch them all fall down. Fuck them all, it's a lost cause now. Line them up like dominoes, I watch them all fall down.
This isn't just about Trump, it never was. This is our movement. This is about America. This is about freedom. This is about defending the Constitution and our rights as Americans. This is about keeping America great. This is about American traditions and values. This is about conservatism. This is about we the people.
We tried to be peaceful, did everything right. 700 rallies, didn't start a single fight. We'll be killing Antifa, I hit looting every night. Burning down entire cities, the law and order is right. I've been called a lot of names and I never kid a bit. To the day they call us patriots, domestic terrorists. And some disrespectful shit and it's a lie, so I'm pissed. Meanwhile, the peace prize for the real terrorists. Tech shut us down cause they fear us and they scared of us. So worse just because there ain't no telling what's ahead of us. The media's our enemy, don't believe what they telling us. The patriotic heart and we lying so longer relevant. They try to demonize it just because we're patriotic. They hate the Constitution, they hoping that we forgot it. We just fight it to defend it, ain't no fucking doubt about it. We ain't never gonna surrender, we patriots, so we got this.
We wanna go to war, but we gotta stand strong. We can never back it down. We ain't trying to cut them off, so they wanna get along. But they trying to start a war, trying to protect my people while they live up by the law. Fuck them all, it's a lost cause now. Sing a ring around the rosy, watch them all fall down. Fuck them all, it's a lost cause now. Sing a ring around the rosy, watch them all fall down. We don't wanna go to war, but we gotta stand strong. We ain't never backing down. We ain't trying to cut them off, so they wanna get along. But they trying to start a war, trying to protect my people while they live up by the law. Fuck them all, it's a lost cause now. Line them up like dominoes, I watch them all fall down. Fuck them all, it's a lost cause now. Line them up like dominoes, I watch them all fall down.
If you're white, then you're a racist. If you're black, then you're oppressed. If you're an Indian, Asian, Hispanic, don't matter, your lives ain't getting oppressed. If you're a cop, you're just a killer. And everyone knows you should be defunded. That way when shots ring out of blocks, the shooters will know no one is coming. Say that you're straight, I bet you hate gays. And all of that hate is cause you're afraid. And not cause you're sick of it shoved in your face while they celebrate with pornographic parades. And if you love God, well then you hate science. Even though both yous are living with faith. Either have faith that God made the world in 6 days, or the universe did with a bang. Bang. I am so sick of these labels. I am so sick of celebrities pushing agendas whenever I'm flipping through cable. If you're a liberal, then you're gonna say that I suck and cry while I tell you the truth. And if you're conservative, every day you pray to Trump and smile with only one tooth. And if you're Republican, you hate colored skin and love KKK. And if you ain't Democrat, well then you ain't black. But if Joe say it, it's okay. Okay, if you wear a mask, then you're a hero. Even though the fact is it does zero. Ain't an expert, or you doubt me? Don't talk to me, talk to Fauci.
Right now, people should not be walking. There's no reason to be walking around with a mask. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better, and it might even block a droplet, but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think that it is. And often, there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with the mask and they keep touching their face. Right now, people should not be walking. There's no reason to be walking around with a mask.
Let me be clear, you will not vaccinate me. Gotta pray for the sheep who can't see they deceive. 40 cents of the truth, just more proof we ain't free. Thinking that we still are is the conspiracy. Man, they treat us like slaves. Not over here cause we used to be brave. I say used to be cause the new school generation full of cowards. Boy, I said what I said, and if you don't like it, then fight me, boy. You should be fighting for something. Y'all so brainwashed by your Nikes, boy. Tell you just do it, you still won't do nothing. We all online talking, but still won't do nothing. I'm drawing the line, gotta kill me, no bluffing. You think that I'm doing this way more than music? I'm forming a movement, enough is enough, man. It's time to unite for the American flag. Stop all these fights by who wipe on a flag. Cause if we don't fight to get America back, pretty soon we won't have no America left. Pathetic, our president can't finish sentences. Should be locked up doing sentences. Cause last time I checked, I thought that was a crime. You say he ain't stealing, you left out your mind. The left is so blind, Lord, how many signs you gotta keep sending us sunny in times? Hell got so hot that the ocean on fire. The devil's the cat, but you know he alive. Rather die than retreat, I will never retire. I'm built for the heat, I run straight to the fire. When you telling the truth, then you get crucified. But the truth is a lie, so I ain't scared to die. Man, look in my eye, you think this is music? I got a voice and I'm gonna use it. I don't follow money, I follow God. Y'all making music, I'm making movement. Dude, it's the truest, don't play the games that you play. You say screw my freedom, don't screw what you say. You call me a terrorist cause I have questions. When our government don't want to act like you say, it's getting insane. This is so much more than music, boy. Music, boy. I got a voice God gave me and I'm gonna use it, boy. Use it, boy. I don't make music, homie, I'm making a movement, boy. Movement, boy. So get with the movement or move it, dog. I said move it, boy. Move. So how about we chill with all of these labels? I am just me and you are just you. Stop judging books by covers they have and make love the way that we all introduce. And how about we chill with all of these labels? I am just me and you are just you. Stop judging books by covers they have and make love the way that we all introduce.
It's contradictory to the story. Or it's not a lie, it's not a mistake, it's not an error, it's not something we have to apologize for.
Okay.
Our story was contradictory to the facts. You still have somebody on your payroll that is still continuing to further the lie and the conspiracy theory.
Where's my apology for the way that you fraudulently fabricated media in the way that you arguably throttled me? Trumpers, conservatives do targeting. Whether it's Candace Owens on Facebook or Stephen Crowder on YouTube, when it's far to ban your own president, so don't question why I'm in a bad mood. They lied about what really happened when 45 had the photo op outside the church in D.C. that BLM had chose to drop. They lied again when they claimed Trump said the pandemic was all a hoax. 6 months they made him sound incompetent in front of a lot of folks. Lab leaks from Wuhan. White supremacists find people. Alleged balance for the head of soldiers. Find the fraud shit isn't legal. Every story has been corrected, but the damage already done. All a part of an insurrection. This still election they never won.
We ain't coming in peace. Nah, we ain't coming in peace. We demanding our country back. We want Biden impeached. Take him out and put Trump in there. Everybody knows that they cheated. Take him out and put Trump in there. Everybody knows that they cheated. We ain't coming in peace. Nah, we ain't coming in peace. We demanding our country back. We want Biden impeached. Take him out and put Trump in there. Everybody knows that they cheated. Everybody knows that they cheated. Everybody knows that they cheated.
Hey, ready to rock. All of us ready to rock. Ready to roll. I've been to the stand in Iraq. Then I took shots. So many enemies dropped. Just for the fallen who gave up their all in my troopers, I never forgot. Got you forever, I promise. Whatever you needed me, we will be there for the squad. Cause you repeatedly went out when it was most needed and heated. The scene, it was hot. Couldn't believe it, how you could even switch a seat with me, thinking it just was your job. But then explosives they took you, it's killing me slowly. I should be inside of that box. Some days I just want the bodies to drop. Other days I want to give it to God. Some days I want to just scream and go wild. Other days I want to break down and cry. How could I ever say that I'm distraught when my daughter, she is still with the pops? Gotta keep her living, I can never give her. Got the ammunition, never forgetting this mission for all.
Fallen soldiers, we stand on your shoulders. We carry your legacy. Cause no one said that freedom's free. Fallen soldiers, we stand on your shoulders. Carry your legacy. Till someday they remember.
Respect to the fallen. Know you gave it all you got. Your life, put it all in. Even put it on the die. Live on in the memories. That way I never ride. From a generation that may never know not what it means to be at war. Overseas and be ashore with hostiles, kind of dozen arms. Soldiers both feet the floor. Humvees with the aerial tanks. Locked in, no breaking ranks. Heavy fire now from the flames. Got us pinned down right near the banks. Know you be killed if you fold under the pressure. Don't know what it feels like, you can't even measure. So can I be real? Sacrifice ain't even pleasure. I didn't forget my family, gotta protect my treasure.
Fallen soldiers, we stand on your shoulders. We carry your legacy. No one said that freedom's free. Fallen soldiers, we stand on your shoulders. We carry your legacy. Someday they remember me.
Been forgotten. Never thought of defending all them. Don't ask for praise, hold at the bottom. Just a soldier, they know I'm falling. Been a number, just in a bunker. I'm hidden under against the thunder of mortars over me. Lord, watch over me, kinda torn from being here encumbered. Number when I go back, then I'm picking up another. Battle when I'm in a room and missing all my brothers. Hollow when I think I would have been a better runner. Make it through the mud and find a way to get you to your mother, but then one of us fail. And I kinda feel I'm under a spell. Battle ongoing, how can I prevail? Find a coffin and nail or a demon inside to remind me of hell. Dreaming that I may go back. Rather be there till the coast black. Telling me the feeling won't last. You don't know me, don't know my past. Stuck in a rut, in a breaking out. I do it for the fun, I gotta make it count. This one's for ones that never made it out. Just know when I cry, what I think about.
Fallen soldiers, we stand on your shoulders. Carry your legacy. Till someday they remember me.
stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what, somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem. This is a left-wing problem.
Bro, they stole the election right in front of our eyes. So how y'all claiming to be woke, but yet you fall for their lies? I think it's time to rise, do or die. You gotta choose sides. I'm a patriot, that means I swallow blood before my pride. I don't play about my freedom and the troops that have died for this beloved country while you was all comfy inside. They would never tread on me, that's why my boots always tied. These stars and stripes, my gang colors, and I'm ready to ride. Cause if you don't stand up for something, you will fall for anything. Y'all some puppets, they the puppet masters pulling your strings. The Biden's got ties to China, and that can't be denied. Emails and hard drives, they sold us out, the shit is a crime. But you won't hear a thing about it on your mainstream news. It's only fuck Donald Trump with your mainstream views. But I refuse to be that dude, y'all gotta show me the proof. Cause I'm not seeking popularity, I'm seeking the truth, that's rare. I'm locked and loaded, ready for a civil war. Don't try to tread on me or threaten me, cause I will brawl. United we stand, divided we fall. But half of y'all have got it fucked up, if it's on, then it's on. We proud boys ready for a civil war. 70 million on civilians, y'all don't really wanna brawl. United we stand, divided we fall. But half of y'all gon' get fucked up, we gon' rise to this song. And I'm so tired of the slander, the fake news and propaganda. Rolling with some proud boys, I'm the respected commander. I'm not lying when I say Joe Biden should be in the slammer, in a cell right next to Hillary. Hold up, cut the cameras. Red, white, and blue bandana on my face just like a bandit. MAGA hat bang to the left, you don't think better, just mind your manners. Fuck a handout, I'ma work for miles and fuck you Bernie Sanders. This Hispanics for Trump, I know you liberals cannot stand us. How to go?
What is this? I can't feel my fucking face! Oh, yeah! We can get it on. Who want war? I'm so fucked up in this place. I can't feel my face, my face. You can call the law, they ain't gonna come. I'm so fucked up in this place. I can't feel my face, my face. I'm crazy, all my people crazy. I'm crazy, all my people crazy. Run and get your gun, son, you don't want none. I'm so fucked up in this place, I can't feel my face, my face. 1 year, 3 #1 albums, still gotta deal with this fuck shit. I did more in 1 year than you'll do in your career. I never see so many dudes suck dick. I bet you feel real safe typing all that shit on Facebook, but I'll never see your face in public. And if I do, all of a sudden now you wanna be buddies. That's funny, weren't you talking that tough shit? Click bang, motherfucker, I don't play no games. Crazy white boy, David Ray, Alex Kane. Made a lane, paved the way, then I came, give it flame. Went state to state, now everybody knows the name. Let it rain, fuck haystack, let him hang. Turn it up, let it bang. What the fuck were you saying? Okay, I'm so numb to this game. I'm so numb to this game. Everywhere I go, on the road, every show, I feel like I'm losing my soul. People come and go, just so they can see me on stage. I feel like I'm locked in a cage. Man, I miss the days, working 9 to 5 for some pay. Feel like I'm about to go crazy. Keep my boots laced, trying to keep pace. Moving so fast that I can't feel my face. We can get it on. Who want war? I'm so fucked up in this place. I can't feel my face, my face. You can call the law.
Upset the established order, and everything becomes chaos. I'm an agent of chaos. Oh, and you know the thing about chaos? It's fear.
Make sure that they hear me loud and clear if they ever wanna beef with me. Not a racist, I hate equally. Get in my face in black or white, it doesn't matter, I'ma break your teeth. It's like Joyner broke the internet, we're not a racist, and the song was great, but truthfully, what I'm amazed with is the racist in response to it. Black people saying a white dude snapped, but a black dude didn't in response to it. Listen, I'ma make this black and white, get it black and white, skip it, let me get back to writing, and back to writing. I don't mean writing songs, I mean writing wrongs. That's the type of shit I'm on till my life is gone. I'm a rapper and an activist. Fuck it, I'm a raptivist. Trying to change the world, not just getting y'all to clap the shit. I give a fuck how they react to this, cause that's been a deciding factor if I did half of the shit I haven't. Cause the truth is, I've been here for years, you just now see me. Poof, bitch. You can all thank Nick, cause he now a genie. Cause I wish the motherfucker would and you did. I don't start shit, all I start is movement. Guess I gotta make this shit in black and white. I don't give a shit about who black or white. Racists trying to make it so we can unite. Keep talking fuck shit, motherfucker.
Nobody panics when things go according to plan. If tomorrow I tell the press that like a gangbanger will get shot, nobody panics. Because it's all part of the plan. But when I say that one little old mare will die, well then everyone loses their minds.
What's up, everybody? How you doing tonight? Hope all is well with everyone. Let me move that back some. There we go. Hey, Laughing Dog, you see I got my Pook hat on, right? You see that? I wore that just for you tonight, sir. Just for you. I know how much you love that shit. What's up, everybody? Shout out to everyone came through so far, man. We got Dakota Hayes up in the house. How you doing tonight? We got Angel up in the house. What's up, brother? Cyber Toxins here with us. What's good, my guy? Miss Georgia Swan's here. How you doing, young lady? Yeah, I'm not even going to mention you. The second cousin twice removed from Uncle H. Now, what's up with you, Laughing Dog? It says, Chuck's a cool black, plays music intros for his friend. What's up, Red? What's up? How you doing tonight, man? Yeah, this is my Pookie hat, man. You know that. Come on. Got to keep it real and stay on code, man. Got to be who I am. Be who I be. You know what I'm saying? Got to be me. But yeah, man, tonight, a couple nights ago, I ended up, I'll pull this up so you guys can see what I'm talking about. That way you can look at it for a little while before I play it. Hold on a second. We got I ran across this. Now, what you're seeing here, this is me doing another deep dive into this 2 years ago, because this main video here is 3 years old. This video was done I want to say 3-4 weeks after everybody was arrested or investigated or raided. See, this is back when I was still the trailer hood voodoo ninja, back in the trailer hood days. But I was having trouble with my fucking signal and shit that day too, man. So there's gonna be parts where it kind of pauses or it'll freeze up and shit, and then you're gonna hear me over here doing commentary over it here and there. But just for context, this guy right here, for those that don't know, the guy right in the middle, you know, that fucking big blockheaded look, you know, blockhead fucking inbred looking motherfucker right there. Inbreds always have square heads. You ever notice that? But the inbred right there in the middle with that green cut off sleeves, that's the main informant that set all this or helped put all this shit together. Basically, he's the one that wrangled or rallied up and implicated all the men that got involved. This guy, his name's Steve Roby right there, by the way. The guy to your right of him, that would be the one in the gray tank top, you know, the one that looks like he's a woman beater that drinks too much beer. That's Chris Phillips. He's another informant. I'm pretty sure, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm almost positive that he was the informant that was attached to me, because he was and still is in almost all of my social medias. His presence, his whatever his account is, still to this day. Then you got the dude to the fucking left of him, you know, the little twink right there with the glasses. That's fucking God, what Thomas Leaguer. Yeah, that he, I believe, is either another informant or just a pussy ass fucking snitch that folded under pressure. Got scared because, he wanted to go out and play keyboard commando and GI tough guy and couldn't handle it. He's one of the guys that went and testified and pled the fifth on everything. Talked all kinds of shit like he was going to go there and, do everything he could to make sure that Barry and Adam had a decent character witness on stand. Didn't do it. Fucking pussy ass bitch. This guy right here, I swear to God, he's got to be a Fed. He has to be. That's Jeremy Dieter. But see, when I was doing this, I didn't know this about this guy or that guy being a Fed. The only one up here right now that isn't a Fed that I believe is Mike McDonald. Here shortly, you'll see me pop one. I was running a little bit late for this, and all you're going to hear right now is Jeremy give his introduction because he likes hearing himself speak. But you'll find out a lot of stuff. You'll hear a lot of stuff being discussed that you heard Brandon talking about either last night when I did the stream or today when I did the restream of it in the afternoon without my commentary. But yeah, let's get into it, man. Let's listen. Let's see if I pick up on anything else.
Through the mud. If what we fight for is civility, and these are people that we have called brother at one point in time, then it's important that we remain consistent. Even if we think somebody might not be right, we have to approach them as our brother.
I find it ironic this motherfucker is talking about we need to be consistent and approach them as our brother. I mean, fucking, I swear to God.
Do it with respect, and we have to do it as men. We have to be able to come together.
Gotta act
now,
like
all
men
of us are in
first.
different states. And every time we have a meeting, the FBI show up and then charges our friends. So we figured publicly on a meeting digitally and for everybody to see, this is how we're going to try to resolve this.
I know, right, Joker?
So what had happened was our friends and people, some of us we didn't know, were arrested for the kidnap of Governor Whitmer. Since then, a bunch of us who, again, some of us didn't even know each other, got together so that we could try to figure out what was going on. And we weren't trying
you're going to hear some high-pitched shit to cover years.
At that point, we were trying to figure out, hey, who all's been arrested, who all is had police at their house, what's happening. And in the span of that conversation, we thought that we noticed some things that were inconsistent that we didn't like. So we've had to bring our brother here. Unfortunately, let me say this.
Ain't none of these motherfuckers are my brother.
Nobody enjoys this.
Yep, there's me.
Wants this. Nobody wants to be a part of this. We do not ever want to have to call out one of our own.
Just ahead of time too, man. I was just learning how to do this shit back then when I was on there, and my audio's trash in the video that I'm going over. So you might have a hard time hearing me.
Or even have a conversation that looks like it. All of us have actively tried to stay away from this very situation because this isn't something that any of us want to have to be part of at any time. And this is our best effort.
I think this is what all you motherfuckers do.
Right, and figure out what we can. So with that being said, the people that we have here are involved, like I said, in either knowing people that were arrested or showed up to one or more meetings and have either been confronted. Well, I think at this point, all of us have been confronted by the police. Thank you. And
you know what's funny? All of us at that point had been confronted by the police, but the man that was fucking speaking. And you want to know what else is funny? The man that was speaking, only him and Robeson, the guy up top that looks like he's about ready to fucking cry, in the middle, they're the only ones that had a copy of this affidavit we're going over. See, that's another thing that I caught today going over it again was he and Dieter and Robeson were the only ones that were able to read off of a fucking affidavit and have all the information, which I didn't clue into till then.
But we've been trying to figure out so much. We have everybody here.
Hey, dude, if they had integrity, they would have called themselves out.
Details from the affidavit and the public complaint, and to everything that they've released. So everyone here is very much aware of the information, and we're going to be bringing a lot of that to you guys tonight to try to sort through this. Who we're talking about, the gentleman that we're talking about that we thought we might have a problem with is here with us. And
yeah, it's the fag in the middle on the top.
Presence, I believe all of us do. When we started to have this conversation and it looked like it was narrowing in your direction, there wasn't one of us that wasn't disappointed, and none of us wanted to believe that that was a possibility at all. And we're hoping that after we talk tonight, that we have clarity and finality to any of your involvement in this, and that the public.
He does, don't he, Joker?
We ask all of you, obviously, as we always do, decide for yourselves what you believe has gone on here, because maybe everyone here is innocent. Maybe there's, who the hell knows? And that's the point. That's the point.
I bet you know, don't you, Dieter?
We don't have evidence because we're not cops. We're not privy to any evidence. We've tried to figure this out as family men and patriots. We've been trying to just have conversations, see what's consistent and what isn't, what hasn't been. So I think we're going to go one at a time and try to sort this out. Everybody's got questions, and I would ask guys again that all of us have called one another brother at one point in time.
Yeah, that's the actual disgusting thing about all this, motherfucker, is that you had the fucking audacity to call us brother, knowing exactly what you were doing, you fucking piece of shit. I hope you're happy that how many people's lives you ruined, man. Because I'm sure it wasn't just these guys that you were part of. I'm sure there were others before them.
I know that emotions are high. I know that people are pissed. I know that our brothers are locked up. We cannot go about this in a way that disrespects the entirety.
Hey, Laughing Dog, you remember when all that shit came out about the jokes and stuff? That motherfucker right there was up on BMT's stream and Mo's stream and this, that, and the other with Leaguer right here. Both of them talking shit and running their fucking mouth real quick to just fucking sell a motherfucker out over some fucking jokes. Fucking. Yeah. Fuck them.
Of our nation's patriot movement and everything that is so much bigger than all of us. We have to respect that. If we're going to do this, if we're going to take the time to possibly make asses out of ourselves, to accuse a brother that may not be in the wrong, then we need to make sure that our words are meticulous and that we do this correctly, that we do not represent the patriot community or ourselves in a light that isn't representative. That being said, if at the end of this, we feel like we have...
Time out. Before you go ahead, can what's your name? Up right above me, guy that's running this thing. See, my audio is trash. Can you please put the link to the stream?
Turn this card. And
went too far.
Stream, that way I can defend myself. I was going to offer that, but it was so contentious. I didn't know if that was even going to be a possibility. When he said, let me on the stream, I was like, yes, I thought that was a fantastic idea. So then we decided everything evolved and now we're on this stream. So during that, you know, we had talked briefly about some of the issues that I had. I had said that you were in the car with everybody that has been arrested, and you're not arrested, and you said there were 2 other people that weren't.
Look, you notice we're going right into, when he's talking about that car, we're going right into that the part where they were talking about them going and supposedly doing surveillance, and we're going to make it look like they were trying to blow up the driveway to fucking Whitmer's vacation home right here. That when he's that's what he's talking about. Listening.
Arrested. We know that those are serious charges. The people that were in the car driving past Whitmer's house that had the guns on them, that shows harmful criminal intent. And you not being locked up right there, I thought was highly problematic. Now, the other 2 people.
The fact that none of us ended up locked up is a fucking miracle, but the fact that him, you, CM, fucking goddamn Thomas, hell, at this point, possibly Mike even. Man, I don't even want to think about McDonald being a fucking Fed, but at this point, man, it makes you fucking wonder, man. I'm even curious about him anymore. Because all these motherfuckers stopped even caring about shit. They get all these motherfuckers fucking hemmed up on some shit, and then they pretty much just fucking go silent, go ghost for a while. I guess until they find their next fucking victims.
People that aren't locked up, you know, we can, you know, safely assume that the folks that aren't locked up are cops, you know?
Ain't that a fucking ironic fucking statement?
So they've listed there were agents.
I want to say it was a guy named Dracaris that was in Concerta's car. And Brian said one person that was in his truck. I was in vehicle 1. Brian was in vehicle 2 driving. And he said one of the guys from his truck.
Hey, hold on. Did you catch that where he said in Concerta's car? Remember Concerta had mentioned that they said that he was up there with them when they were doing this, and his attorney he actually had it on his work records that his attorney got that he was actually clocked in at work when that was going on. So look, right off the rip, you hear Roby fucking sitting there talking about Concerta's car, lying about the whole fucking situation of what was going on up there. Right off the rip. And what's crazy is this fucking clown sitting there literally reading off the affidavit too.
He didn't know him, but he didn't recognize his name that had been arrested. So, but in my truck, there was 5 people, and they gave 5 listings of who the people were. In vehicle 2, they said there was 4 people. Obviously, one of them was the individual from Wisconsin. My guy, and the reason he didn't get arrested for anything to do with planning or anything like that is only because his dash cam was used. That's his only charge. There's an electronic addition.
You hear that? This guy got charged and arrested for having a dash cam. That's it.
To the thing. And when it comes to court, I think he'll beat that too, because
here's something else I want you to watch too is Chris Phillips, the fucking 40-year-old overweight beer drinking fucking hilljack that beats his wife probably over here to the right. Watch how many times he falls off and hops back on and falls off and hops back on. Seriously, that's something that I picked on this time around too.
He was directly asked by the driver of the vehicle I was in to use his dash cam. He didn't volunteer.
Yes, he is reading from the affidavit, the very affidavit that we all have in front of us.
Volunteer it. So there was one person in vehicle
I didn't
2
have.
that wasn't arrested or even questioned. And there was one vehicle in vehicle 3 that wasn't arrested. I don't know if he was questioned, but it was Zacharias or
of Michigan.
And in vehicle one, the driver and the guy up front was CHS 2 and UCE 1. And then there was an individual from Wisconsin, Croft, and Fox. Us three were in the back seat. And then CHS 2, I believe it was driving, and UCE 1 was passenger, and that came out already also. But I don't know if the person in vehicle number 2 was another actual FBI agent. But he was released. Now, as this happened,
think about that. Okay, so he just gave you a detailed fucking list of who was in the first car, but the second car that was supposed to be Caserta's car, he doesn't know for sure who was in there except for Caserta. And they were following each other. You know, they were all going to the same place apparently.
There was 31 or 41. I'd have to look back at the notes from my attorney. There was 31 people in 8 or 9 states.
Hold on. I'll go back to that. Well, no, I'll let that play real quick. Sorry.
That were stopped, detained, and arrested within an hour and a half, 2-hour span on that date.
Do you hear that? 39 people, myself included, on that date that they arrested everyone else. 39 people within an hour and a half of each other were all stopped, questioned, and detained. I ended up having all of my social media shut down. They shut down my Facebook page, my YouTube, or not my YouTube, but my Twitter page, my Instagram page, and they even took the very first Gmail account that I set up. And then when I found that out, it was everybody got arrested got detained, questioned, and some arrested between 9:30 and like 11 o'clock that day. And that was the day that they had it all over the news because they literally arrested it and detained and questioned everybody the very same day they started talking about it on the news.
So
9:30 and like
you know what, Joker? That's what's it. I don't think that they ever intended on the actual crime that they set up, they being the FBI. I don't think they ever actually intended on it actually working and going through. I really don't. You know, I honestly believe that it was all politically motivated. 100% politically motivated. It was politically motivated because look, they had just had that big ass huge rally up at the capital of Michigan. I think in the capital up in Ann Arbor, or I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but yeah, they had the fucking that big riot up there or rally up there where they said people stormed the state capitol, but found out the other day while watching that interview that they were being let in to the state capitol up there. You know, so they had that going on. And then you have all the COVID shit going on. So they use Michigan again. And if you notice, Michigan's always being used for shit like that. Always. But it's politically motivated, dude. That's all it was. Straight up politically motivated. They needed that way they could pull off fucking January 6th. Specifically since we found out that the actual FBI field agent in Michigan that was fielding the fucking this whole fucking shit show that they were putting together. After this all popped off and all those guys got arrested, I think we found out yesterday. It was like a month later. A week later, the dude got promoted from there and went straight to DC. And then he ended up being involved with. He was at the DC field office, and he was the one that was in charge of the January 6th shit at the Capitol.
$11 that day. And that was the day that they had it all 9:30
to how we even got caught into the. I believe I have. Is that from the?
See, another thing that I never could figure out other than for him, you're admitting you're guilty that you did some shit, is he already lawyered up. we had all just started talking again like 3 days prior to this, and this motherfucker had already lawyered up. Him and Jenny Plunk, who you'll hear on the phone talking, but she wouldn't get on the fucking stream and talk to us because she was all involved in it too.
I know
She
you're
was an
Tyree
informant down in
Sneed, and I know
Tennessee.
you're over here just trying to cause problems. I've told you before. Unless I'm not running, and that's all I'm going to. She lived down in Tennessee, and see.
Come on.
For some reason, can't get on her phone on YouTube, but obviously Thomas, you or Jeremy or anybody know how to get a hold of her. She has the new documents from the court for the other prelim, the latest prelim, that shows the warrant, the information they used to get the social media and the.
Well, no, jokers. See, the thing is a lot of the guys, if they would have been able to actually pull something off, what's up, Triple? If they would have been able to see, Adam Fox and had and a couple other guys had been reaching out to the sheriffs up there in Michigan. All right, and they talked to, I think, like 7 sheriffs to try and see if they could find a sheriff that would actually arrest her and hold her in a jail cell, which a sheriff could do. And they had found one that would actually do that. That would actually Adam had found one that got back with him and said, yeah, that he would work with them to do what needed to be done, because there was some really fucked up lockdown restrictions that she was putting on people in Michigan. Straight up. I mean, she was going straight stone cold fucking tyrannical up there. Thank you, sir. Thank you. But if they would have been able to actually get, see, the thing is once they got a sheriff to actually talk to him and work with them, that's when Dan Chappell, who was actually running the shit down in through the Wolverine Watchmen, that's when he told, I guess he's the one that told Adam not to go, not to do it. I mean, there's no sense in even, we're not going to mess around with any of the sheriffs. We're going to go this route, where they was trying to basically orchestrate this big production to where it looked like they were literally up there trying to scope out and, basically blow up part of her house. They were talking about shooting out windows and shit and possibly kidnapping the governor, yada, yada. That's what they want to do. The FBI wanted that. They kept insisting that they kidnap her and try and do away with her. But the other guys, they, like I said, all they wanted to do was have her arrested because she was being tyrannical, because she had broke her oath. She was she's a tyrant, man.
Rooms and all this other stuff that we weren't even privy to. We didn't even know that they had.
Sir, I've already done Ben docs, buddy. Long time ago.
So that's the people in the vehicles. And like
everybody knows
who
I am, sir.
Told me, so we weren't.
I'm not worried about
any investigation. Our group wasn't on any tappings, any secret chat rooms, or any secret meetings in vacuum cleaner stores or any of that. Nobody.
And that's the thing. We weren't having, secret chat rooms or anything like that. Everything we did was either on Signal or through Facebook Messenger.
Yep.
We had actually found out, or I'd found out, when they were doing those hearings with Big Tech, with Zuckerberg and what's his nuts from Twitter and the dude that owns Google. Zuckerberg had actually come out of the CIA about us talking about having this meeting a month before we even went and had this meeting.
That is true.
Our group was involved in any of that, and that was their thing. We weren't part of any planning. We went on a drive. Me and my guy.
No,
Brian,
you were part of fucking setting people up. You fucking fat piece of shit.
That's what we did. We didn't have. They don't have any recordings of us or anybody in our groups talking about doing anything to anybody, picking anybody up, doing any other shit. All that stuff is from their private chats, their private conversations and meetings up in Michigan that nobody, not me, none of my guys were ever privy to.
Okay, now you had said that you and the gentleman from Wisconsin was your buddy who got arrested for the dash cam footage, right?
Yeah, but that's all his charges. That's his only charge.
And you know what, Joker? The more you fucking say it, the more you're right. That motherfucking little splinter looking motherfucking drown rat piece of shit down there in the bottom fucking right. He does sound he sounds just like a fucking Fed. You know it. You know, the gentleman from Wisconsin. I mean, Jesus. I don't know what. Fuck.
It says on the 31st paragraph in the affidavit, Foxcroft, CHS2, and UCE, and an individual from Wisconsin traveled in the first vehicle.
That's 5 people.
Correct.
Okay.
Who was the UCE? The undercover. We know the informant was
Yeah, who was the UCE? You were in the vehicle with.
Okay, it was me, Fox. Okay, I'm sorry. Fox, Croft, and an individual from Wisconsin, CHS2, and a UCE.
Look, he was supposedly in that fucking car and can't even remember who was in it. He has to read it right off the affidavit. And he was in the motherfucker.
There's 5 people listed there, and there's 5 people in that truck.
That's correct. That's lie number 1.
Okay, and you were in vehicle
1.
So he's the individual from Wisconsin.
So you're the individual from Wisconsin.
So
I'm the individual from Wisconsin.
Okay, who's the undercover then? Because you were riding with the undercover and the CHS2.
Yep, and that was already listed and set in there, and that was Dan, who was their guy, and a guy named Red that had offered to sell them explosives.
Yep, that's
Okay, do you remember Dan's last name?
Chappella? Chappelle?
Chapel. Dan Chapel.
I don't even know if that's his real last name. Obviously, it's probably not, but that's what it was. And just for future reference, that's already been brought out in court. So if it comes to any other names, like who the other person was in with my guy Brian, I'm not going to give Brian's last name because I was told if anything, listen, because I'm going to tell you why, because I was already told by my lawyer today when I told them I
Why
was
you
gonna
got
do
a
this.
lawyer, dude?
Now, let me ask, who needs to get a lawyer if they've already been investigated and talked to by the FBI and they weren't arrested and they have nothing to hide and they haven't done anything? Who needs a lawyer? You know, we're only 16 minutes in and he's already talking about, you know, he talked to his lawyer. He's already lawyered up.
That if something happens to any of them people, I'm directly liable for it now. But it's common sense when we go through this, exactly what you guys just heard. It tells you who everybody is, though. So when we're done and you get done with your questions, because I want everybody to know where everybody was positioned at for any of these things.
Right, and this says that this is when they were discussing, the people in the car were discussing detonating explosive devices to divert police from the area.
Fucking glowing all over that fucking panel.
That you were part of that conversation in that car. Is that right?
Hold on. I'm trying to read it right here.
Now look, this is a man that doesn't know what his story is because
he's
if
glowing.
he was there, why does he have to read a piece of paper to tell him what it was he was a part of and what conversation he took part in? He should already know this. But what he's doing is, look, at this time right now, he's already talked to 5 of us individually at different points in time and told 5 of us 5 completely different stories. And what he doesn't realize is we all already know at this point that he's told all 5 of us 5 different stories separately.
It says Croft and Fox discussed detonate the explosive devices to divert police.
Okay.
I was in that vehicle. Yes, I was. Now, also, I don't know when that was recorded at because we were out of that vehicle for 45 minutes at a landing, a boat landing.
I know that, please, like Queen said, please, if you can, hit that like and share button. And if any of you guys feel compelled to hit the Cash App, any money that I am able to raise tonight, I'm actually going to take and I'm going to send to Barry Croft.
I'm not doing that tonight. I'm not sending Barry Croft no money tonight. But if you hit my Cash App or my PayPal, I'm keeping that shit myself.
Prisoner over a fucking election.
Landing across the lake. And that'll come out. And it's in here somewhere, too, because they were outside talking about that. And I think...
Oh, wait, were you
talking about this?
At the bridge?
What?
Were you at the boat landing while they were at the bridge?
Yeah, they got out of the vehicle. Fox and Red, which is the guy that the federal.
See, he can't even keep his story straight, and he's actually reading it off of paper and can't keep it straight.
Agent got out and went under the bridge to look at different places, and we drove off.
I mean, look how flustered this guy looks right now.
No, that dude right there, it was nervous the whole time. He sat with them fucking agents and he fucking went over and rehearsed and even had the script right in front of his face and still couldn't fucking play the part. Chloe! Swear to God, I ever see you again, I'm gonna knock your fucking dentures down your throat because I know you ain't got teeth.
He's already starting to get red in the face.
You guys left him there? You didn't stay?
No, they said they were getting out. That we go around the block and come back and get them. And again, at that time, I mean, let's be real here. You know what I mean? It doesn't take a genius to deduce what's going on.
Oh yeah, and have you noticed? First time CM's dropped down, and he's been down for a while now already.
That's
we'll
really
see that a lot.
Kind of fresh that he said, "Let's be real here," when he's been anything but real as of yet.
But
all of you.
As far as I'm concerned, the only thing me and my guy were doing, we were looking at pedophile addresses, and I'm going to keep saying it every time.
You are a pedophile
because that.
You hear that? He says that they were looking at pedophile addresses, and he's going to keep saying that every time that position comes up. That way, he's telling us right here that he's going to keep repeating that over and over and over in his head. That way, it stays stuck, and he doesn't forget it, and he doesn't mess up.
Another thing you'll notice that he does too is that I picked up on this time around is every time he's asked a question about something, and it's something that he did specifically, he always says, Barry and I did it. He always implicates it as if Barry was the one that led the charge the whole time. Every fucking time, dude. Every time.
That's all we did, and that's all we said we've done, and that's all we know
Just
about.
watch and listen.
Because realistically, again, we don't know about what all their other stuff was. We weren't privy to that. We weren't asked to be privy.
Why? Because he was the one that actually initially set all this shit up, Factual. The FBI scrubbed this his whole criminal record to where you couldn't get online and do a background check on him. He is actually a convicted
fucking pedophile that got a 15-year-old pregnant with his kid, and then him and his wife had to raise the fucking thing.
He is actually a convicted pedophile. Raised this 15-year-old's kid as his daughter, which it was his daughter. But he has been convicted of pedophilia, and he is also he was a known snitch. He ratted out some big biker gang over in Wisconsin, got tied into some shit, and so he didn't do any federal time.
Plus he got busted in Ohio having
so he didn't do any federal time.
He got busted in Ohio too for having rifles and shit that he wasn't supposed to have because he's a fucking convicted felon, a convicted child molester, a convicted sexual deviant. And he got away with that. These motherfuckers gave that motherfucker the keys to the goddamn coffers, man. Fucking giving him money for this, that, and the third. And then he's going around, this fucking piece of shit, going around trying to set up honest people. I had that fucking... that's sick. I don't even want to talk about it.
So
It
he
pisses
didn't
me
do any
off.
federal time. He snitched and ratted them out.
Me too.
Right.
It's obvious from the report.
Is there a when you told me that, okay, this is what you had said to me. In the car, and they were driving past her home, everybody, was strapped, and there wasn't, at least we know for sure that the agents were, the undercover was, and the people they've arrested. We know that.
So literally the only two people in that car that wasn't a Fed was Adam Fox
drove
and
past
Barry Croft.
out of that residence. Never, not one time. All we did is looked at a bridge that they jumped off, got out, and we're talking and looking at, and went to a landing to see if we could see across the waterway We were.
Yeah, because you couldn't find the house you was looking for.
You are, because that's like lie number 6 already in this story that you're trying to concoct when you got the fucking cliff notes sitting right in front of you and apparently don't know how to read.
We looked across the waterway to see if we could see headlights if they were in the right area of something, a house that I don't know nothing about. So that's what I'll say about that. We never drove by a house.
Right.
Vehicle.
Because you couldn't find it.
We never drove by a house, but we walked up by a house to see if there were headlights coming down the road from the house. You guys heard that, right?
I'm not
Two that had. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble. I'm trying to figure out where it is that you're playing in this, so that.
And that's the thing. Him, and Chris Phillips. Mike McDonald don't say a whole lot, but Chris Phillips, and then Dieter's wife gets on later. You don't see her, but you hear her using the microphone, gets on, and they all fucking run interference for each other. All of them.
I know for sure where you're at.
Okay, I'm in vehicle 1, and we never went there. The only place we went was by the bridge where the actual agent and Fox got out, and we took off, went somewhere for about.
This guy that popped on, that's CM. His name's Chris. He's another. He was the guy that was up on the top earlier and bounced out.
About 5 minutes, came back, picked him up. They didn't say nothing. We went over to a landing, which was across the waterway from where vehicle number 2 was going through a neighborhood.
Yeah, you had told me that was what had happened, and then I heard that everyone else that was in the car was either arrested or they were a cop. And then
thank you, Queen.
I heard that, well, further in our conversation, you had said that when the cops came to your place, that you ended up, you talked to the guy, talked to one of the officers. They took your, I think you said they took your wife's guns and electronic devices. And
no, that was a long time ago. That was something different. That was when I was in Ohio, bro. When they took her guns and stuff.
Now, see, what pissed me off about finding this out about this guy is when I met him in Dublin, he like latched onto me because me and Barry had this like instant connection with each other. All right. And
it was like we were in love.
Take some guy that he had never met before in his life and make him a CO of a militia that he was trying to get started up, which was supposed to be in Indiana, which was supposed to be a branch off of the home militia in Wisconsin. Now, anybody that's ever been involved in any kind of patriot movement, militia movement, 3%er movement, knows that there ain't a single person on the fucking planet that is going to offer to give somebody that they just met for the very first time ever in their life, face to face,
a leadership role in a fucking militia. Because the audio cuts off on me and I didn't know it then when that was running. I was having issues with my audio and shit at the time. But yeah, tell me I'm wrong. Joker, you got that 3%er on you right there as your fucking avatar. You know exactly what I'm saying is true. You don't fucking just meet somebody that's part of some fucking patriot movement and him say that he's trying to start up fucking subchapters in different states and ask you if you want to head one, be the fucking CO or even the XO of one. And this is the first time the motherfuckers ever even spoke to you. That rubbed me, dude, that caught me off, like rubbed me the wrong way right off the rip. I kept trying to tell Barry the whole time, man, dude, there's something not right about him. There's something not right about him. And it all sprung from that.
Idea. And then I knew that I was also going to call you and
what's up, Roots?
say, hey, this is what I was going to do. When Steve and I spoke, he said, well, hey, let me on the stream. You know, that way I can defend myself. I was going to offer that, but
what the fuck ever, you lying sack of shit. Dude, you fucking crackheaded fucking dick sucker. He called you up and said, hey, why don't you let me get on this stream and us get up here so you guys can fucking run interference for me and you guys can fucking investigate me and we can do a mock trial before I have to go. That's what this was, a fucking mock trial for all you.
it was so contentious, I didn't know if that was even going to be a possibility. When he said, let me on the stream, I was like, yes, I thought that was a fantastic idea. So then
I want to punch you right in your fucking dick,
everything
sucker.
involved, and now we're on this stream. So we during that, you know, we had talked briefly about some of the issues that I had. I had said that you were in the car with everybody that has been arrested, and you're not arrested, and you said there were 2 other people that weren't arrested. We know that those are serious charges. The people in the people that were in the car driving past Whitmer's house that had the guns on them, that shows harmful criminal intent. And you not being locked up right there, I thought was highly problematic. Now, the other 2 people that aren't locked up, you know, we can.
You fucking dumb, ignorant motherfucker. Having a gun on you and driving past somebody's fucking house doesn't constitute harmful, willful nothing. Are you fucking stupid?
You know, safely assume that the folks that aren't locked up are cops.
Right.
You know? So
isn't that interesting?
They've listed there were agents.
I want to say it was a guy named Dracaris that was in Concerta's car.
Concerta wasn't there.
Brian said one person that was in his truck. I was in vehicle 1. Brian was in vehicle 2 driving. And he said one of the guys from his truck, he didn't know him, but he didn't recognize his name, that had been arrested. So, but in my truck, there was 5 people, and they gave 5 listings of who the people were. In vehicle 2, they said there was 4 people. Obviously, one of them was the individual from Wisconsin. My guy, and the reason he didn't get arrested for anything to do with planning.
Hey, check this out though. If you look on my screen, you can see Mikey in the back corner. If you're on a computer, probably not on your phone, but you can see Mikey in the back corner when he was like, I think he was only like, 5, maybe 6 then. No, he had to have been 5. He still got his long hair and shit, little as shit.
Like that is only because his dash cam was used. That's his only charge. There's an electronic addition.
You hear that? This guy got charged and arrested for having a dash cam. That's it.
To the thing. And when it comes to court, I think he'll beat that too, because he was directly asked by the driver of the vehicle I was in to use his dash cam. He didn't volunteer.
Yes, he is reading from the affidavit, the very affidavit that we all have in front of us.
Volunteer it. So there was one person in vehicle 2 that wasn't arrested or even questioned. And there was one vehicle in vehicle 3 that wasn't arrested. I don't know if he was questioned, but it was Zacharias
of Michigan.
And in vehicle one, the driver and the guy up front was CHS 2 and UCE 1. And then there was an individual from Wisconsin, Croft, and Fox. Us 3 were in the back seat. And then CHS 2, I believe it was driving, and UCE 1 was passenger. And that came out already also. But I don't know if the person in vehicle number 2 was another actual FBI agent. But he was released. Now, as this happened, there was 31 or 41. I'd have to look back at the notes from my attorney. There was 31 people in 8 or 9 states that were stopped, detained, and arrested within an hour and a half, 2-hour span on that date.
Do you hear that? 39 people, myself included, on that date that they arrested everyone else. 39 people within an hour and a half of each other were all stopped, questioned, and detained. I ended up having all of my social media shut down. They shut down my Facebook page, my YouTube, or not my YouTube, but my Twitter page, my Instagram page, and they even took the very first Gmail account that I set up. And then when I found that out, it was everybody got arrested got detained, questioned, and some arrested between 9:30 and like 11 o'clock that day. And that was the day that they had it all over the news, because they literally arrested it and detained and questioned everybody the very same day they started talking about it on the news.
So we didn't have time to warn anybody. Everybody got hit around the same time. So it wasn't like anybody had a chance to warn
I'm going to try something real quick,
And
guys. Let me see if I can do this and still play this. No, I don't think I can. See, here's the what? Here's the actual. Hold on, wrong. Never mind. I'll add
When
this
it gets
back.
time for me to at least give my side of what went on, pretty clearly speaks about who's
Damn it.
who.
The guy right here that's talking right now, Roots, is at that time he's the head informant for the FBI. That's Steve Robeson, the guy with the glasses and green cut off shirt. The guy up here to the right of him, who's all blacked out right now, that's Chris Phillips. He is also another informant that at that time we didn't know, but but while I was doing the review of this, I'd figured out. While I was doing the review, I hadn't figured out quite yet that the guy underneath Chris Phillips, the dude in the glasses and the beanie, and with the fucking I guess Guy Fawkes style fucking goatee that looks like he sucks dick for a living, that's Jeremy Dieter. He's an informant. I know he is. Well, I can't prove it, but I feels it in my gut. And this fucking little queer up here, that beside Robeson up top, above me, that's Thomas Leaguer. He's an informant and a dick sucker. He dates trannies and shit. He likes those dudes with tits. Mike McDonald. The only reason why I don't think that I don't know for I don't want to believe he's an informant is I actually got footage of his house getting raided that I'll show you guys later, where the feds came and it looked like the fucking army showed up at his house. But they're all plants, all of them. I'm on a panel full of fucking feds. Imagine that.
How they're who and how we even got caught into the. I believe I have. Is that from the?
Hey, no balls. I know you're Tyree Sneed, and I know you're over here just trying to cause problems. And the dude that owns Google, Zuckerberg, had actually.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I was all the way up here, wasn't I?
We don't know about what all their other stuff was. We weren't privy to that. We weren't asked to be privy.
Why? Because he was the one that actually initially set all this shit up, factual. Never drove by a house, but we walked up by a house to see if there were headlights coming down the road from the house. You guys heard that, right?
I'm not
Go ahead.
I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble. I'm trying to figure out where it is that you're playing in this, so that I know for sure where you're at.
Okay, I'm in vehicle one.
And this is the
only place we went was by the bridge where the actual agent and Fox got out.
He was
went somewhere for about.
He was on that CM. His name's Chris.
Never mind, my brain farted.
He's another. He was the guy that was on the top earlier and bounced out.
Okay,
well, me and Thomas were actually in Ohio.
Yeah, you had told me that they showed up, went through your shit or whatever, but they didn't arrest you. And
no, that was we came. Hold on, I'll bring you up and you'll remember this. They got me and Brian, my guy, coming out of a restaurant. They 8, 9 of them deep. Got us coming around. They came around the corner of the van, got us while we were coming out. I was carrying a pizza box. Okay. We came out. They identified who they were, separated us, cuffed me, put me in a car, cuffed him.
Come on. Pick up. I was having a hard time streaming that day.
Okay,
well, me and Thomas were actually in Ohio.
Yeah, you had told me that they showed up, went through your shit or whatever, but they didn't arrest you. And
no, that was we came. This is hold on. I'll bring you up, and you'll remember this.
You know, it's wild too. Now that I think about it, now you bring it up and you pointed it out to me, Joker. Fucking Jeremy Dieter was one of the only people that already had prior knowledge of Barry Croft, or not Barry Croft, but fucking Robeson right here. He had already met. He'd known him for quite a while already. So this is, dude.
They got me and Brian, my guy, coming out of a restaurant. They 8, 9 of them deep, got us coming around. They came around the corner of the van, got us while we were coming out. I was carrying a pizza box. Okay. We came out. They identified who they were, separated us, cuffed me, put me in a car, cuffed him, talked to him for a minute, and then cuffed him and put him in a car. We went down to the Columbia County Sheriff's Department, and that's where we went through everything. They went through my truck and everything. They didn't go through my house. They just went through my property. They went through all my property, all my stuff.
Right.
The time that they went through my house was when me and Thomas were in Ohio, and that was a long time ago when they actually went through my house.
Well, and that
was when him and Thomas and Dieter all met.
That's not what I remember. I remember you telling me.
So you notice now it seems like they're all trying to get their story straight.
They fucked with you for a second, but that was it. You know, like
yeah, it was only like a couple hours. You know, I didn't get arrested or nothing. I got questioned.
It was at your house because I don't remember you telling me anything about a pizza shop. It was when I started talking to everybody else that they were telling me that you said something about a pizza shop. And
no, bro, I told you when they came out, me and Brian came out, we were accosted right there, 8 or 9 deep. And then they detained us, took me down to the sheriff's department. Took us,
do they have warrants?
Mike McDonald just asked if they had warrants. Come on. Play.
No, they didn't. Not at that time. I don't know. They didn't. I don't know that they didn't. But again, when you're caught off guard, you're not really thinking. I don't know. I don't think they had him at that time. I don't know. I mean,
yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
If they did or not.
Hey, look, second time dude fell off.
Well, we just lost somebody, and I don't want to be the one talking forever. So I do want to pass this on. I know other people have questions. Man, I appreciate you answering my questions, and I appreciate
you didn't ask, dude. You asked him softball questions, you fucking dick licker.
This sucks. So, were you? And this will be my last one. Were you? You went to the Peebles, Ohio deal, yeah? Because that's listed too.
I can't hear you.
Did you go to the Peebles, Ohio event?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, okay, so did I.
That was with all the Michigan people that were there, the same people that were involved up in Michigan, the same people.
Okay.
Oh, dude. Okay, so when I was at Peebles, I was trying to find some, or I'd mentioned something about looking for some ammunition while I was up there. And one of the hillbillies that was supposed to be doing security, because we was in this great big fucking, it was like a garage with an office inside of it, but it was weird. It was like a garage warehouse type thing. All right. And there was like a conference room in it, and then an open space, and then a bathroom in it and shit. And everybody was in like this conference room where this table was, sitting around it. And then these two guys were supposedly doing security, watching for, any strange people. Anyhow, long story short, I was out there smoking a cigarette, talking to them. And I I'd mentioned something about having a hard time finding ammo, dude. And one of the guys was like, well, I got like 100 rounds of some 9mm hollow points. And you know what? I bought them like a dumbass, wasn't even thinking. And I guarantee you now hindsight fucking 2020, I bet you, and all I bought was 100 rounds. I think he said he had more than that, but I bet you they were trying to fucking get me to buy a whole bunch of fucking ammo too off of them to try and somehow implicate me somehow in some weird shit. Because in Peebles, if you look, if now that I'm looking back at it, there's probably like maybe 20, 25 people at that meeting. And out of the 20, 25 people at that meeting, there was only maybe 8 of us that weren't feds.
Again, that's to try to place everything right. That way I know I have things correct. So I appreciate it. Thomas, I'll let you take it from here. And if you want to go next.
You know what, Joker? I'm going to find something real quick, and I want you to watch something. And give me your opinion, because you know what? Now you got me thinking about shit. You tell me if when I find it and play it real quick. It's just a real quick fucking video. You tell me if this doesn't look like something that was a scripted act that someone did. You know, like it was done for a television show or some shit. You know what I'm talking about. But give me a second. I'll let this play and see if I can find it.
Yeah, she is sending me all the documents. I'm waiting to see all that. Mike, do you have any questions? Brian?
Yeah, I got some. I'm good. I'll talk.
Okay.
Go ahead, Brian.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
This is Mike.
Of course.
Oh, hey, Mike. Sorry, I thought it was Brian.
Go ahead. You can go, Brian, if you want. I only had a few questions.
No, go ahead, bro. I gotta get my mic.
Was Brian in the car on the way to look at pedophiles or whatever?
My guy, Brian?
The IT guy, Brian? Yeah.
Yeah, he was in his own vehicle, though. We were in a different vehicle.
Oh, he wasn't in with you?
No. And it says it right in there in the other vehicle. If you look at it, says when it says the other vehicle had an individual from Wisconsin and some other people. He's the other individual from Wisconsin.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Just chill right here, yo. My kids are here. I gotta go in there. All right?
I got you, yo. Holy fuck. Who's inside, bro?
Well, they got a drone somewhere. They got a drone right there in their hand.
I don't know what's going on, but they got a SWAT team in Mike's house, so you might want to tell the fucking what you call him, tell his wife.
Other vehicle. Because I think their investigation, and I'll get to that. I think their investigation that started back in January or February just bled over into this, because it says right at the beginning of this, UHS-1 or CHS-1 got cold feet, and he was from the Michigan militia, and said that he was scared about something. They were trying to get cop information and addresses, and that started an investigation. That was way back then. That was before
Watchman or whatever.
I assume. I'm assuming. I don't know, but it says it was from the Michigan militia, so I'm going to assume that's what that was. But it said that started it way back then, and we didn't even know them then. We didn't know them until right before the meeting in Dublin or whatever it was, that who they all were. And then I think that's when it bled into the other one. And then the same people that were there, the same people that started this back in January or February, were the people that were in Dublin, and then the people that were in Peebles. And we've already discovered that their one guy, leader guy, was CHS-2, and we didn't know who the Fed was until, excuse me, it came out in the court.
CHS-2 was Dan?
Yeah. Because it came out, he's the only other one that was in the car. And then he's the only one that had he was at all the things in Michigan. Me or not one of my guys have ever been to an event in Michigan, a training in Michigan, any of that other stuff, other than the one FTX that we all went to this last time. That is the only one out of the 4 or 5 that they talk about in here, in Munich and other places and all these other underground places. We were never at them, so we weren't part of any recording. We weren't part of any of that. We don't know about that.
Right.
Well, here's the thing. 31 people in 7 or 8 states. 31 people in 7 or 8 states got hit within an hour and a half, 2 hours. Okay.
Right.
That was a choreographed fucking event. Okay, so that was a choreographed event. So
they hit same time as me. They hit Frank.
Frank where? Down in Virginia?
No,
you're Frank.
They came to the Delaware.
Yes. Now I remember.
There, now you
can
hear me.
Frank. They didn't hit Frank down in Virginia. They've never hit Frank from down in Virginia.
You can hear me now, right? I'm not muted no more.
Never once.
Right.
Right. So I don't, but they've never even questioned him.
Right, because they came from my electronic devices, and as well as everybody, I had nothing to do with nothing. So I'm like, what the fuck? But I don't know how they got her
name.
No, what I was saying earlier when they conveniently muted me through StreamYard and YouTube was who is spooked and freaked the fuck out and doesn't know whether or not they have warrants out for them. Who forgets that shit? You just had 7 or 8 quote unquote federal agents fucking swarm you and someone else coming out of a pizza place, and you expect all of us to believe that you forget whether or not that they had a warrant out for you or a warrant ready for you? Get the fuck out of here.
I've never heard your name in any conversation about none of that. I wasn't even questioned. Your name never even came up when they were questioning me. Fucking Delaware never came up when they were questioning me.
Shit was crazy.
That meat never came even. That it never even came up. So
Well, they asked me about it. They just all they asked is what we were doing there, and I told them talking about the school, eating dinner and meeting each other. But they knew that we went.
Look, factual. This is the stuff that I kept trying to tell everybody on every stream that you saw me come on. When I first hopped on Mo's panel for the first time, I was trying to tell people.
This is why I came on fucking YouTube.
Well, I hear you. I wasn't asked about that, so I can't. I can say bullshit. Yeah, they asked me about all this and that, but they didn't. They didn't ask me about that. They didn't ask me about that. They asked me about Barry, things that I've done with Barry, and if I knew anything about a chat room.
Barry right now is actually being held on weapons of mass destruction charges. You want to know why? Because they found fireworks in his house that he was going to shoot off on 4th of July with his kids. He is getting held for weapons of mass destruction charges, which is a federal charge, which is life in prison for fireworks.
And
that's a fact too. He did. I don't know if they actually charged him with that, but that was one of his charges, weapons of mass destruction, because he had, I think they were the fucking 1-inch or 2-inch mortars that you can get at the fucking fireworks shop. Oh.
Basically wanted to know what we had talked about at different meetings, and I told them that we had talked about all we were talking about was uniting different people, resourcing each other, starting to figure out things to do together to better our nation. We were trying to resource and build our organization, and basically just get people together and start doing stuff in our communities. And we danced around that subject for probably an hour and a half.
See, look, he can't even be honest and be straightforward and remember what it is that he fucking supposedly told the feds. He can't even remember the fake story that he told them. He's stuttering through it so much.
But if you don't know, you just don't know. And I don't know the other part of that. So you know, they could ask their blue in the face, and I don't fucking know.
When they came and got me on my porch, luckily I was on my porch. They
thank God,
put me on the ground, cuffed me, and then started.
I don't know. You'd have to ask Red about that.
Bombs. And I'm like, what? I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's why I don't know if you ever remember me saying that.
Barry wasn't from Michigan. Barry was from Delaware. That's what's wild. Barry was from Delaware. He's the one that was the farthest away. He had this informant. Her name was Jenny Plunk from Tennessee that was watching him. CM, he was from out in, I think, Minnesota. And he was the one that was monitoring all my social medias. He's still monitoring my social medias. So fuck you, dude. I hope you see this. I hope it pisses you off. I hope somebody else sees this shit and it fucking matters and they can see proof and evidence that that's all you guys did was fucking concoct this whole thing. Because what's crazy, fucking this was on the Freeman Report channel. The Freeman Report doesn't even exist anymore. That was Thomas's fucking YouTube channel. So that don't exist, and there's no record of this being on YouTube anymore now, except for this that I found. And I'm not going to tell you motherfuckers where I found it.
It was on Tommy's channel of that guy getting raided in over in Massachusetts or Maryland or wherever the fuck it is this moron lives. Well, it was this moron that's talking right now, Mike McDonald. He was the one that got raided.
Well, dude, not at all. So then they rushed me out to the armored car, sat me down, immediately told me I wasn't under arrest.
And I said that with all due love and respect, Mr. McDonald. Don't get butthurt, girl.
And they knew I did nothing wrong, but two agents would be there in like 2 minutes with the warrants. And like I said, one was for my person, one was for my electronic devices. So they sat me in my front yard. They questioned me for about 10 minutes of like literal questions. It went from the bombs that I didn't know nothing about to encrypted chats that I've never been involved in because I never would have suspected they were encrypted any fucking way. No. So then they just moved on. Do I know Croft and do I know Fox? Yeah, I've known Croft for many years, and I have no idea, which user. They never told me anything. When they left, I still had no idea why they were here until the next day when I seen everything in the news. They were showing me at work after I told people at work that I got raided.
And that's basically how it went too. And as soon as I got done, I agree 100%. Like I said, this.
I'm sure you do. How do you do?
Thomas should be getting. They did what?
They took my firearms too. That's why I asked
you should have got them back, didn't you?
It is now July of 2021. And like I said, this happened when he got raided and when we all got questioned. This was back in October of 2020. And he still has yet to get his guns back from the FBI.
Well, they shot the ballistics not last Thursday, the Thursday before, so they should be done soon, and I can go get everything back. I got a log of everything they took, and they gave us a laptop back already. They told me I could get my phone and maybe like a couple tablets. They took my kids' tablets. Like, I don't
They
use
didn't
any of
take
that
any
shit.
electronics. They didn't do none of it. They didn't take nothing from Jenny. They didn't take nothing from Paul. They didn't take nothing
Right,
from
because you worked for them.
A couple other people that told me they didn't. They tied him up and questioned him for.
And they didn't take any of his electronics, as he just said, but he just got done saying that him and Dan were surrounded by 7 feds coming out of a pizza joint. And they didn't take any of their electronics when they took him down to the police station. They didn't take any of their stuff at all whatsoever as evidence. Seriously? And you got swarmed by 7 feds?
A little bit, and that was it. I mean, but again, everything I have to do with Barry and Adam is on Facebook. I'm not in those secret chat rooms with them. I'm not in.
Right.
No, you're in secret
calls.
chat
I'm
room with
not
the
at
feds.
meetings up in Michigan with them. So
He wasn't at any of the meetings, and he was the one that was setting up all these meetings in Michigan. That's ironic in and of itself. See, that's something that I had issues with. How are you going to sit and say that you were at none of these meetings and none of these field trainings, but you were the one that set them all up?
And they know that if they've got all the recordings, they know I'm not in it. So,
they literally told me they knew I had nothing to do with. That's what blew me away. And then, like I said,
they still wanted to tie you up for
5.5 hours, 6 hours at least, while they were.
When they came to my house, they sat. I made them sit outside in my front yard on the porch swing that we have out front. That sat right in between the 2 surveillance cameras I had. That way, I could sit and record the entire interaction that I had with these fucks. And they asked me what my affiliation was with Barry and Adam. They asked me, if I knew anything about explosives or any attempt to try and kidnap and, kill the governor or whatever or anything like that, which I didn't know anything about. They asked me what I knew about the meetings that I attended in Dublin and Peebles. But then after that, they spent the majority of the next 2 hours, they were sitting out there questioning me about my political leanings.
Yep.
Whether I was Republican or Democrat, or, how I felt about things like how did I feel about 9/11? How did I feel about the whole COVID thing? Because that was, it in its fucking grandeur at that point in time. All right. And the thing that I found extremely curious is they asked me, things about what kind of militia or patriot groups I might have been involved in on the internet, if I'd been to any recent rallies or protests or anything like that. And then the thing that I found extra curious is they asked me, how would I feel and what would my reaction be if Trump lost the election and Biden won? That was the thing that, sitting back now,
I'm not a Fed, but I'm on a panel full of Feds, Nunya. I shit you not. This is the most surreal shit ever.
Find even more curious because it was almost like they were telling me right outside of my house in the front yard how the election was going to end and wanted to see how I would respond to it.
We're going through my whole entire house, All they needed was my phone. I don't use my laptops here or tablet, none of that shit. So then I'm sitting there and I heard clicking. I turn around and they had all my firearms in the kitchen, and they said that they had to count every bullet. So they sat in here for hours counting bullets and shit.
It was the
and then
7th,
just left.
Jeremy. If you're asking that question, it was the 7th. I believe it was the 7th.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you what, Nunya. You keep fucking denying my invites to give your opinion on my panels, and I'm taking your fucking wrench. And I'm gonna make everybody lambasterbate you every time you come over here.
The 7th of
what's that?
The date everybody was arrested. Or
take a quick break, everybody. If you could, please hit that thumbs up out there, hit that share button, and like I said, if you feel so inclined, you know my Cash App is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. If you want to hit that Cash App, any money that I raise tonight, I'm actually going to be sending off to Barry Croft. That way, he's got some money sitting on his books, so he can get a hold of his kids and write his daughters and shit while he's sitting as a political prisoner right now.
Or accosted.
What he said.
I think it was the
what
7th.
that guy said.
Oh, okay.
Was the 7th of?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Of what
I
month?
can hear you now, Brian.
All right, I just want to make sure my mic's working.
See, I'm my
October or what?
October.
Factual. After I get done playing what I want everybody to hear, pop up if you want.
October?
Yeah,
yep.
October. Yeah.
That was on a Wednesday, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I got.
Because see, they didn't show up to my house until Friday.
Yeah, I got the.
I think somebody else said that they got there on a Friday too. Was it Paul?
Here's the laws
Might
of
have
the
been
shit
Paul.
they took. Look at all this shit.
Well, that's because you're ugly.
That's
why
all
they
the shit they took. Fuck you.
All right,
All right.
let's get back to the point. I'm on the hot seat and I need to be here till we figure this out. So,
All right, so I got a
10-7.
question that's kind of been
10-7.
is on the affidavit. I noticed that everybody's names listed that was involved or arrested or whatever that they thought committed a crime. Everybody's names listed basically except for agents that had infiltrated and the informants. And then I'm having a hard time understanding why, if they knew who you are and everybody knows who you are and you're the guy from Wisconsin, why they got you labeled in the affidavit as the guy from Wisconsin.
you know, there's a couple of people that says other individuals in the vehicle, and I don't know why they didn't name them at the time either, but I asked because I had to get a fucking lawyer because I don't want to go to jail for the rest of my life. But he said that, like he said, I don't believe our Patriot 3%ers were ever involved in the investigation. And they didn't have us.
You notice how he just tap danced around a very important question that I just asked him. I asked him in the affidavit.
No, what was more important is the fact that he just sat there and said our Patriot 3%ers, implicating me because I was supposedly in charge of the Indiana block. No, sir, not ours. Yours, motherfucker. Yours. You did that shit. You and the fucking feds.
David, everybody that had already been labeled and everybody that had
thought was involved, that was an active actor or participant in this, alleged fucking kidnapping, they listed by name, and then, everyone that they want to keep their identity safe and secret that, they got listed as, they're fucking whatever, the ACT-1 or Informant 2 or,
And I apologize, folks, for all the knows and F-bombs, because this was back in my virgin years of streaming. I didn't have a very big vocabulary then. I was trying to learn how to stop saying the F-bomb so much. Lawrence will tell you I was having a hard time. He was around back then, So it was a transition. I've gotten better since then. So just bear with all the knows and the fuck bombs.
The individual from Wisconsin. I mean, that really, really, really throws up a lot of red flags, man.
Well, then if you look down at number 32, it does the same thing for some people in one of the other vehicles. It says, and other members inside the other vehicle on the way to the vacation home.
There were no other vehicles.
Refusing to answer the question.
And that had to have been
Why'd you say that to the lawyer, bro?
They knew his name. They knew his name and called him another individual
Who were
member.
the informants that were in the car with you?
Yeah, he's getting nervous because I literally sat there for almost 40 minutes and listened to everyone else talk. And the reason why I'm looking down is because I was taking notes of everything that he was saying and was questioning him about basically the conflicts of what he was saying and how it wasn't matching up with what he was saying.
There was only two. There was me.
And I don't want the agents. I want the informants. Who were the informants that flipped that were in the car with you? If
There was only one informant in that car and one agent.
Okay, so who was the informant?
The informant was Dan, which is already.
You see how he just outed Dan, and just earlier he said the only thing Dan was guilty of was having a camera.
Well, not only that, if you pay attention earlier in that now, he also said that there were 5 people or 6 people total in that truck. There were the 2 agents, the 2 informants, and then, there was an agent, 2 informants. There was him, who was the other informant, and then there was Croft and there was Fox. Because Caserta, who wasn't there, was supposed to be in another car with 2 other people in that car that didn't exist. So far, now there's only a total of 4 people in a car or in a truck. That was prior. There was 6 people in a truck with a car following behind them with 3 people in it.
You remember that? That was at the beginning. The only thing Dan was guilty of doing was having a dash cam in the vehicle. But now Dan's an informant.
He came out at CHS2. All the things show that it was him. And the UCE, the only other guy that was in there was Red. He's the guy that tried to sell them the explosives. So a federal agent tried to sell them explosives. Period.
I thought
And they already know
the
that.
lawyer for.
What you got to understand is Thomas was actually, he worked and he had a lot of trust in Roby. And right now he's having a lot of conflicts of interest.
See, what happened is somebody, you can't see it because that's my Facebook stream of it. All right. So you can't see the comments that are being made on YouTube. And somebody had asked me why Thomas looked the way he did. And that's what I thought at the time, because I didn't know what the fuck was going on really. Now he's like that because they're all getting outed. He knows they're all feds, and this motherfucker's sitting there. Oh my fucking God, dude. This is fucking crazy. Joker is, man.
Because he's finding out that Roby basically has lied to him the whole time about everything. Same as Jeremy on the other side of him. Jeremy was good friends with Roby as well. I mean, they had broke bread together. They had all sat
That's why
down
they're all
together. He had
feds.
this pedophile in his house around his kids. His daughter referred to him as Uncle Steve and shit like that. All right. So some of these men are, they're having serious conflicts of interest, hearing all this shit and knowing that they've been lied to.
Why did I get a fucking lawyer? Because I'm not trying to go to jail for the rest of my life.
Steve, did they charge you with anything?
No, but they didn't charge Brian with anything till a week and a half later either.
See, let's see. What were you saying, CM?
Steve, you told me the morning after the main arrests went down that you were worried because you was acting all scared. You told me that you were worried because for 2 reasons. Because you were supposed to be hooking up with the ingredients, okay? And the other reason was because of your IT guy who supposedly had you in conversation on DVD, okay?
Well, and exactly, you're right.
What you just said right there contradicts what you told me, okay?
No, it's the same thing. I don't want to go to jail for the rest of my life. Point blank, me and Brian have had conversations that I don't know whether are recorded on a DVR or not, because his house and outside everything is absolutely just covered with security. The other side of that coin is we were supposed to, after the meeting took place after that night in Michigan, that people were driving around looking at petty addresses. The next morning, there was a conversation between Red, Dan, and Barry, and a couple other people, and they were talking about coming here to do that buy. That's what I was talking about. It was supposed to come here, they said, and it never did.
You were going to supply.
That's exactly why he snitches on people, because he didn't want to go to jail. He was facing a federal arms charge.
Ingredients.
Hey, just real quick, if we're talking about
I'm not
somebody
supplying
else,
anything.
if we're talking about somebody else in the affidavit, don't say their name for legal reasons. Just call
Thank
them
you.
by whatever.
I hear you, Sam. I say what you're saying.
My thing is that seems contradictory to what you told me.
McDonald, nobody said you were a informant. Don't get your panties in a bunch. I wouldn't allow that to happen. I know you're not an informant. I've known you for the last probably 8 years of my life. I trust you.
I'm sorry if it does seem that way. I don't really see that. I do see where if you wordsmith it and break it down, it could. I don't want to be involved in anything that I'm not already involved in. I don't know if that makes any sense. I'm not waiting for the other shoe to drop, but I'm certainly not going to help it meet to the ground.
Now, I'm not trying to get you hemmed up or nothing like that. What I'm trying to say is,
I know you ain't.
You just said you said that to me, okay? That being said, all right, the indictment, you know, the way it reads, with you, them saying that somebody was supposed to supply the ingredients, okay?
Well, we already know who they're talking about there. They're talking about Red.
So they're not talking about you.
No, they're not talking about nothing to do with what I was doing. That's nothing. There was a separate identity going with silver machines, heaters, and a whole bunch of other stuff separate from that.
And when
I was talking about
I have one other question that's got me confused. All the meets were organized. They were organized by you. Okay.
No, about half of them were though. Yeah.
Well, the ones I attended.
Okay. Well, there was probably 10 other ones that you did attend them.
As to why you weren't arrested, or you were.
No, the guy that's lying factual, that's Steve Roby. Steve Robeson is actually his real name. What he did is he even like I said, he changed his name, and they scrubbed his fucking criminal record so that when we were doing background checks on people, it came up clean. That, you know, they even created a background of him being a patriot and being involved in patriot things.
Weren't shook down, you know.
I was shook down.
Why didn't they?
And any of the meetings that we were at, any meeting that you were at, that I was at, or any meeting that Thomas was at where I was at, or any meeting that Michael was at that I was at, and even Brian, any meeting that we were at, or Jeremy, nothing illegal was ever discussed at those meetings. Sam, nothing.
Except for by him and one other person in the stream.
I know that.
Nothing.
Not the one.
So if they've got recordings from them, from whoever, and they've got recordings.
And McDonald, you know that's a fact. Nothing illegal was discussed except for by Roby and one other person in this stream.
It's from fucking everything. If they've got recordings from them, they know. Just like they said, Michael McDonald, he was at me. They know he didn't have nothing to do with what they were there for. I didn't have nothing to do with.
See, he doesn't. He's got his story so confused that he doesn't even recall that McDonald wasn't at any of these Ohio meetings. The only thing McDonald ever went to was a dinner that Barry Croft and Robia drove all the way from fucking Wisconsin all the way to Delaware to have a dinner with all these guys. And this man, like, what'd you say, McDonald? He spent like maybe $300-400 on a credit card, kept telling you guys to buy the most expensive steak that you could get, you know, get the most expensive.
You know what? A joke or a laughing dog You remember when this stream was going on? You remember when Rec was going by Mayo Monkey with a grenade? He was in that, or he was in the chat, and he was also listening to it. And after that stream was over, he ended up getting a hold of me on Discord. And back then, he told me that he thought that he's like, dude, they're all those motherfuckers are glowing. You need to stay away from them. They're bad news. They're just going to get you in trouble. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't believe it right off the rip. Back then, I kind of brushed it off and still talked to a couple of them. But you know what? The motherfucker was right, and I owe him an apology and a thank you for trying to make me aware and to see what I see now.
It's a dessert you could get, buying drinks all the way around, all this shit, like, just throwing money around like he had money to burn.
What they were there for. You didn't have nothing to do with what they were there for. Okay, but you were at a meeting, but the bottom line is we had meetings to resource each other. We weren't trying to get together with the group of people to go snatch somebody up. That was never what we were going to do.
That's right.
Okay, so that's bearing that in mind. If they've got these recordings that they say they have, then they know that. So why would they hem me up? Why would they hem you up? Why would they hem Brian up? Why would they have? Because they know we haven't done nothing. So that's my theory on that, on why, because we haven't done nothing. And they know it. They've got these recordings. They've got them. They've got recordings from all them up north and some fucking secret locations on vacuum cleaner places and basements doing shit. That's only their group of people that are involved in that. It's their group of people telling on each other. It's not our group of people. It's the Michigan people that had 2 informants and got 2 federal agents in their organization. We didn't have none.
Well, I know that's not the real Kwame Brown. That's got to be Green Beam acting like he's Kwame Brown. Latino stand.
I had
with
so many
Asia.
trolls back
That's
then.
that
Jesus
shit that you were
Christ.
saying when he came up that stream acting like.
I'm sorry, what?
He knows that they were recording at the Dublin meeting, but he's not seen any documentation and anything of any transcript of what was being said, even though he knows for a fact that there were informants that were recording at the Dublin meeting.
The affidavit actually cites the Dublin meeting.
It does. It does. And I'm not saying that they don't know about it, but do they really have a recording from it?
That meeting, we literally knew everybody in that room.
Yes.
Exactly.
So, again, but then I haven't heard no information come. I've heard no information come from that. Only that there was a meeting there. I haven't heard anything come from that other than what we posted ourselves on social media.
Well, my question is, I know how they recorded the people's meeting because of Dan. Dan was there,
You notice how at this point he keeps ignoring the questions that I ask him, and he's only listening to Chris.
But
oh yeah,
how is it that they're supposed to have recorded the Dublin meeting?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know that they did. I don't know if they did. I mean, I know it's in that report. I read it too, but I haven't seen one bit of information, that they couldn't have got off social media about that, because we were very vocal about that. It was a good meeting. We resourced. We made some good contacts, and everybody talked about it online because it was a good, wholesome meeting. We even got videos of Jeremy talking at the damn thing, giving how we could come together and do stuff. So other than that, I don't know that they really have any information other than there was a meeting.
Hey guys, this is Lisa.
Lisa, what's up, Lisa?
Okay, so when this has been brought.
So this is the attorney that the one fed Jeremy Dieter. I think this is his attorney wife that gets on here now. Now that they got the camera off.
Brought up.
Look, Green Beam, I don't need those kind of comments
Jesus
in my
fucking
chat.
Christ,
I mean,
man.
seriously. Accomplished and show the truth of what's going on.
Sorry, man. My trolls were bad back then. Trailer hood days were some crazy shit.
It's the first thing mentioned. It would be. I'm sorry.
Very beginning, pretty much.
Yeah, it is. They go through their spiel of who they are, and then it goes directly into the Dublin meeting.
She straight up comes up here and runs hardcore interference for all of them. All of them.
6. Okay, so 6. It says early 2020.
Number 7. It's number 7.
Yeah. There
It
you
says
go.
group meeting in Ohio to discuss the operation.
Yes. Okay.
But that was never discussed there.
Well, it goes read down, and number 7, it goes on to say that what was talked about at the meeting. Now I have to add in here. I looked at Jeremy when I was reading this, and I said, Jeremy, did you hear this? Who was talking about this? Who said this at the meeting? And Jeremy said, I never.
Bro, I'll be honest with you, man. I got it light. Seriously, I do. You want to know what I feel sorry for? Bill Nall and his brother, because the only reason why Bill Nall went to fucking Dublin to that meeting and got involved with any of this shit and ended up getting involved with them guys is because me and him were friends, and he got involved because of me. And now he's sitting in county waiting to go to trial on state charges for this shit. You know, Barry and Adam got fucked over. I got it easy. To me, it's just hard. I'll be honest with you, man. For me, it's just hard to wrap my mind around literally how close I was. That's how close I was. That fucking close. It's fucking crazy.
Heard these things being said. He said there was many times that we were moving around. Now, if you remember, Steve, me and my daughter came at the end of that meeting.
Because it makes sense now, too, because after the trailer hood thing, fucking Dieter and Thomas Leaguer went out of their way to fucking slander me. That way he could take half of the fucking Patriot fucking, dude, I had a decent amount of Patriots that were subbed to my old channel, my original one. And they walked off with half of those guys and took them to their channel after they slandered the shit out of me on some joke shit, got them to where they didn't want anything to do with me. And I feel like they used me to get online so they could find more people to fucking possibly hem up with some shit.
Went swimming downstairs. We were there. So I seen who was there, and I seen that everybody was kind of scattered out. The thing is it says that several members are talking about murdering tyrants or taking a sitting governor. The group decided they needed to increase their numbers and encourage each other to talk to their neighbors and spread their message. And then it goes on to talk about how part of that recruitment effort was by Fox, and that's when he got in contact with that militia group in Michigan, and that's where informant number 2 came in, because he came with that militia group.
Now, everything that she just said that the FBI had quoted in transcript that was said and trying to be enacted at this meeting, set in motion, is a lie, because we never mentioned anything about that at all whatsoever.
But my main thing was, I didn't see where, Steve, you were really implicated in any of the statement that was given to the police or to the courts by the FBI, because it specifically says that CHS2 was the one recording, was the one giving the information, was the one that gave the map over that was hand drawn.
Of course, they're not going to implement, put anything out there that actually implicates their informant. They literally had this man listed as the gentleman from Wisconsin, not Steve Roby.
By Fox, supposedly. All of these things are specific to that informant, which everyone knows who that is. It's only in the beginning at that Dublin meeting that I was most curious about it. And I said, well, who is the informant that was at the meeting? There was only 15 people there. So my suggestion is that list could easily be torn down, and considering how many people are sitting here right now and how many people are in jail. I do have a list of everybody that was there, and
Can you read it?
Hold on. No, it's in the chat. I wish I had it in front of
Jenny,
me.
are you on the phone?
Yeah, I'm here.
I was seeing if Jenny was still.
Real quick, man, if you're still out there, hit that thumbs up button, hit that share button, and again, if you feel impelled to do so, hit that Cash App, man. All the money that I raised tonight through Cash App, I'm actually going to take and send Barry Croft. That way, he's got some money on his books. That way, he can call and write his daughters.
All that's true, except now any money that I get sent to my Cash App or my fucking PayPal, I'm keeping in buying diapers because I got a baby that's about ready to come out of my wife's belly here probably in like 2 days. God damn, what's wrong with me?
That are desperately missing their dad, who's being held as a political prisoner. Cash App's $ Trailer Hood BN.
Go on.
Oh, Jenny, she said. The list of the.
I need Jenny online. She's got a list of that.
Okay, good. So if we look at that list, we can definitely delineate, so many people off of that list to narrow down to who that.
I need Jenny with that list from Dublin.
And it also says that that was recorded there in Dublin. So somebody was wearing a wire in Dublin.
Yep, that's a fact.
That's a
Okay,
fake.
I have the list right here. All right.
Okay.
The list is Paul Cross. You listening? I got the list of who was there.
No, hold on. Just listen.
Paul Cross, Jenny Fick, Amanda Keller, Adam Fox.
Who's Jimmy Fick?
Here, let me go back because I'll tell it.
I have the list right here. All right.
Okay.
The list is Paul Cross.
Not a Fed.
You listening? I got the list of who was there.
Because it's Paul Crass. He owns
Paul
Patriot
Cross,
Shit Outfitters.
Jenny Fick, Amanda Keller.
Not a
Adam
Fed.
Fox.
Who's
Not a
Jimmy
Fed.
Fick?
Jenny Fick.
Oh,
That's Jenny
that's
Plunk.
Jenny Plunk.
She's a Fed.
Jenny Plunk.
Okay, yeah, that's
It's
not her.
written in cursive. You remember the list that Jenny wrote down on a notebook paper?
Yeah.
And sent everybody's number. This is what I'm reading. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Amanda Keller, Adam Fox,
Not a
Bill
Fed.
Null,
Not a Fed.
Brian Denon.
Not a Fed. That's me.
Johnny Rebel.
He's a Fed.
In Indiana. Let's see. Frank Butler. We all know
Fed.
who that is. Donnie Haskett.
Fed.
Jeremy Dieter.
Fed.
Barry Croft.
Not a Fed.
Bill Sharp. James Kawasaki.
I don't know who that is.
Chris Phillips.
I don't know about him.
Me.
Fed.
Brad Berg Sr.
Fed.
Yeah, we had to. That's Brad Bench. He was one of our guys. He went to a bunch of meetings, but we had to kick him out because he was stealing from the group.
Who's Johnny
And then
Rebel?
Steve Roby.
That's one of my buddies
That's
that I
me.
brought with me.
Okay.
He's trustworthy.
I don't know who Johnny Rebel is. I was talking about Steve Roby. Who's Johnny Rebel?
Johnny Rebel is one of my guys that I trust with my wife.
He
and my
wasn't a
kids.
Fed, but he got.
Who was the first person?
And you know what's funny is I said that then, and now I question even that, because that cat, he was even investigated by the feds, and it was weird. He, after it happened, he wouldn't speak to me no more. He ended up moving from where he was living, and before he moved, he sent his old lady over with her kids to do a play date with my kids, and then we never saw hide nor hair of him ever again. Almost.
And that's a fact, dude. That was weird because just out of the blue, his old lady got a hold of my old lady, wanted to have a play date. And when she came over, she was like, it looked like she was kind of like snooping around my my dungeon area, which would be that room right there that you see me in, that my garage. She was over there snooping around in there before I left, because I left most of the time. I was gone most of the time that they were there. But the wife said she acted really, really like just kind of, it was weird how she said, she just said it wasn't normal. She was acting suspect.
It's like she came over to the house to, snoop around and see what she could find, or see if me or the wife would talk about something that we may not have spoke about when the feds were here.
Person that you said on there. I thought you said Croft, but then you mentioned
Cross. K-R-A-S. It ain't Paul Cross.
Paul Crass.
It ain't Paul. Yeah, it ain't him.
Paul owns Patriot Shit
okay, so we have
Outfitters.
Croft, who is good.
He's in
Jenny,
Ohio.
who, I'm sorry, I don't know Jenny personally.
She's good.
He's a Fed.
Fox, obviously. Brad, who was the Brad guy?
He was the guy from my group that we had to kick out for stealing.
Fed.
Okay, I'm gonna put parentheses around him. Amanda, who
But he was only at 3 or 4, maybe 4 meetings.
Amanda, she was one of the informants. And while we were down in Dublin, she played on the fact that me and her actually had the same best friend growing up. Because my dad,
that's a fact too, man.
He divorced my mom and moved to Indiana. He lived in the house where her best friend lived that she went to school with. You know, so this girl that I grew up going over to Indiana and hanging out with that ended up becoming one of my best friends was her best friend. So she played off of that connection with me.
Yep.
Oh, he was only at like 4 of the meetings.
Well, CS1 was not mentioned any farther outside of the Dublin meeting, was he not?
No, he's not. But the thing is that you have to look
I
at the
see you.
fact that
I see you, Jeremy.
Because he got kicked out right after that.
I see you, Jeremy.
Look, Jeremy. Look, and now another fucking Fed is about to hop up on my panel reviewing it and not going to say nothing much.
What's up, brother?
Watch. This is suspect now. Takes him forever to answer. Then doesn't say much.
Well, I'm here. There you are.
Yeah, I'm here, brother. I'm here.
Right on.
Fuck you. I don't know why. Why do you even call me brother?
We're just kind of going through all this stuff, man, and it's crazy now that I'm playing it back. I've listened to this stream like 3 times now, and now that I'm playing it back and going over the things, all the contradiction and conflicts that I keep seeing are crazy.
Oh, it's even worse now.
It's nuts to listen to it again, knowing what we know now.
Yeah, tell me something.
in Munich, Michigan on the 28th at the tactical training. Steve, they're saying that you were there for that. Were you there on the 28th in Munich, Michigan?
We've never been to Michigan except the one time and when we all went up there for the last one.
That's a lie. And we know that's a lie. He only went to one Michigan FTX. What? Jeremy, weren't there like 3 of them that they had scheduled in Michigan and one in Wisconsin?
You know, I'm thinking you're right. I don't know.
I know I'm right.
The specifics, but I'm thinking you're right. There was, and maybe there was a dinner there as well as in Delaware.
Well, yeah. Well, in Wisconsin, there was supposed to be that one FTX, and then there was supposed to be that big family get-together as well. I remember that too. Now that you bring up the dinner, but I know that there were more than just the one FTX in Michigan, and he was the one that was setting all these field training exercises up. You know, he was the one coordinating with everybody and trying to get everybody to go to it.
He kept saying he was going to be, or he was, a regional commander.
Right.
He was trying to set up state leadership, and it was weird because.
So you motherfuckers is why I gotta dye my beard. That's why it's great.
That he even tried to do it with them, and told the elderly gentleman who was getting ready to have surgery, and he's a military vet, and he's like, yeah, no, you're my state leader for Ohio, and he was always trying to lead efforts and do different things. It was, like again, looking back on it.
Well, dude, one of the other major lies that I found that I caught while I was listening to this is in the beginning. Remember how he says that Dan got busted for only having that freaking dash cam in the car?
Yeah.
And then turns around later and says that Dan was one of the informants when I questioned him about who the informant was that was in the car with him.
Yeah, he actually changed that a few times. He changed his story on that a few times too. It was ridiculous.
Hey, by the way, so far tonight I've raised $20 to send Barry for his books.
Excellent, man. Excellent.
Yeah. Well, it's crazy. Here's something wild. I was the only one out of all these motherfuckers that ever sent Barry any money for about 6 months before Dieter and Thomas convinced Barry that to stop having communications with me for 6 months. Every 2 weeks, I was sending Barry like $100 or $150 to county jail for his commissary. That way, he had money to be able to write his daughters and get a hold of his kids and his mom if he needed to, and have money to be able to basically just reach out to the real world when necessary. I did that for 6 months, fucking religiously, man. Not a single one of these motherfuckers ever helped him.
Said
You what?
I'm gonna hop off and just listen.
All right. That's
Yeah,
cool.
I know. I know
that
you are.
was true. It does say that an informant was there, but it says CHS2. So I'd like to note that CHS2, we know who that is, and not to the paperwork that was filed with the courts by the FBI says was the informant number 2, not CHS1. So that Munith tactical training, where I was told by a significant other of someone that was arrested, was Steve present. I don't believe that's the case.
I was never me or none of my
Look,
guys.
now she is
of my guys have ever been
trying to give Steve an
for
alibi.
anything other than the last
Mr. Robeson
FTX,
talking.
Not one of my guys, not none.
Now, the other thing that was in question was July 10th to 12th was Cambria, Wisconsin, where everybody was there for, I don't know if you guys did FTX or what it was.
No,
but
we did a JTX, and we had 4 states there. We had
okay.
Illinois, Ohio, Michigan.
Look, he is trying so hard and choking on his words, trying to get this lie out.
And Wisconsin.
Look how red his face
And
is.
Dan,
That's crazy.
And Dan and his guy.
Look how red his
Dan
face
and
is.
I think Red were both there.
Yes, Dan was there, and yeah,
He looked like Be Brave and Think right now. He's so flustered.
That's also one that you were present at and that you were brought up at. Most of the people, there's group pictures of that meeting that you guys had there in Cambria where you guys got together. There's group pictures there, and I feel like anybody that really wants to know could probably look at that. And again, just like the list in Dublin, you can easily delineate who we absolutely know is not the person. We do know that Dan was there, and he's mentioned as an informant, and we know Red, the undercover, was there. The other one that came up to me was July 18th in Peebles, Ohio. Steve, Jeremy, and I talked to you that day. We know that you went to that meeting, but
Correct.
again, the court documentation says that CHS2 recorded that meeting and turned it into the FBI.
And that's Dan and his group was there. Dan and his group were there.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
No.
Dan was fishy right off the rip, man.
Well, Dan's the dead given. There's no way around it.
And Red, well, and we know Red because Red's the one that fucking offered the.
I mean, look,
Right.
all you got to do is look at this man's mannerisms right here. Look at how he's conducting himself, how he's holding himself. His body language right now shows
Look
shame.
at all of them.
His body
Look.
language shows regret and remorse. He's fearful that.
Well, look, Thomas and Dieter cam down, so they aren't even on cam no more. So we already know something's going on with them. These three right here look like they've just been fucking like they had their favorite fucking dog stolen from them. And I'm sitting over here like, what the fuck's going on?
He knows that he's been fucking made. He knows that we know what's going on. And he's trying like hell to talk circles around this to get us to, not really pay attention to what he's saying. And all he's doing is digging a bigger hole. I mean, all you got to do is pay attention to the man's body language.
Tell them the fucking C4 so everybody knows what it is.
He was the one who did that. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, so again, that's entrapment, though. He offered it to them.
Yeah.
And
But
then what was all
C4 is a red flag in itself. Fuck.
yeah, well, I mean, that, like I said, that was not, that's above my pay grade.
If somebody's going off on these
That's above his pay grade. You heard it. He said it right out his mouth.
some free bedwetting material, yeah, you can bet your ass I'll probably say sure.
So, Steve, you were only in Michigan one time? Is that right?
Yeah, when we were in Luther at the very end, it was me,
September 12th to 13th.
That's a lie because he got a hold of me several times and wanted me to go to Michigan with him. I mean, because he kept trying to get at me and he wanted me to be the CO of the Indiana chapter of the Patriot 3%ers.
Correct.
And you stayed there from the 12th to the 13th. That was the only time you were there?
Yep.
Left out on the 13th? Okay.
We left out on the 13th, me and all my guys. I had a bunch of guys up there.
So since you've been kind of put on trial here, Steve, I've been your defense attorney concerning this, and I just want to look at that. If everybody can acknowledge that Steve was only there between the 12th and the 13th, we have to also acknowledge the fact that there were 4 other people there listed in the complaint by the FBI.
Correct.
So
if everybody can acknowledge that all 5 of you motherfuckers are sitting up there working together to do whatever the fuck, spin whatever fucking intricate fucking web it is you're trying to fucking weave right now. I'm just saying, I don't know what I don't know. This is weird. I got all kinds of, I feel some type of way now.
kind of a question concerning that. Anyone who was present or knows about that time, that's something else that everybody should be looking at heavily, is who were the 4 other people. We know Steve's one of them.
Oh, wait a
Steve's
minute.
the guy that was there.
Rectalingus, that is a fact. It seems like the Patriot community, the 3%er community, anybody that is part of this militia community, it is riddled with feds and informants right now. And it has been for quite some time. You cannot trust anybody at this point when it comes to that stuff. You really gotta gotta really pay attention.
There is another one, and then there was 2 other people who would have been the undercover guys, is what I'm thinking.
I don't know that there was 2 undercovers. I think there was 2 federal agents and CHS2.
And you.
Yeah, but then
That makes 2 undercovers and 2 feds, you fat fucking fuck.
Those things, it also says that there were 4 other people. And the other question that I had about that, Steve, was why was your guy dash cam recording inside that vehicle?
Because he was asked by a CHS or the UCE. He was specifically asked to, because they saw that he didn't volunteer shit.
Yeah, I bet.
His only charge, he chat rooms or any of that shit. He ain't been questioned. He ain't been charged with none of that, nor will he, because he's not involved. His only involvement is having that dash cam that they asked him to run, and I immediately said, don't put any audio on it.
So who they asked in front of everybody? Like someone was just like, hey, can you record this?
No, the one guy says you got a dash cam, and him being an IT guy, and you can ask Jenny and anybody else that was standing there. He's like, oh yeah, I can do this.
You can ask Jenny, who was also another informant, or anyone else that was standing there,
And I can record it to my house, and I can do this, and I can do that. He's an IT guy. He's a geek.
Why would anyone record if you're on some kind of mission of this
Hold on. I get you.
I don't. That
Because
doesn't make sense.
here's what here was their reasoning. So when they go do another reconnaissance of any areas that they do, they'll know vehicles that belonged in that area. Now that's smart.
Yeah.
Hey, just
he knows an awful lot about what the feds wanted to know for someone who's not a Fed informant.
one more time, if we
They
can,
all do.
just- if we're mentioning other people in the affidavit, you should
Shut up,
probably
you fucking
try to
faggot.
use a abbreviation
Yeah.
for their name.
But I mean, this is
Because
all this everything that we
you can
have talked
implicate
about, Thomas. You're right, but everything we talked about is in this report, and it's all open already. And it has came out in the preliminary hearings for 3 of the people. I mean, my God, it's point blank telling everybody who everybody is. And if you've got that paperwork from Jenny yet, Thomas.
Hey, Rectalingus,
You know what, Cyber? I've dropped that fucking F word so many times in this stream, I'm going to have to go through and edit and cut them all out.
it isn't difficult to join a militia. What is difficult is proving yourself in the militia, proving yourself in the Patriot movement, showing that you really have the country and the nation's best interest in mind, that you put the country and other people I mean,
shut up. You were stupid.
Encrypted.
Nothing.
It was apparent.
Because it isn't difficult to join a fucking militia in America. Not at all. All you got to do is show that you have. All you got to do is have the ability to talk and pretend like you understand camaraderie, patriotism, have an understanding for the importance of the Constitution and what it was trying to achieve, and actually put your brothers and sisters and countrymen before your own fucking selfish needs and wants. You know, none of you motherfuckers are patriots. It goes, the fact that all you motherfuckers claim to be patriots, the fact that all you motherfuckers claim to be in some kind of patriot movement, got into some kind of militia, some 3%er group, some fucking patriot organization, goes to show that patriots, people that love this country, they're too willing to fucking give their brethren the benefit of the doubt. The fact that you're willing to sell your own brothers and sisters out, your own countrymen out, fucking do whatever it is you're fucking doing. And honestly, I think this is bigger than just America, to be honest. Has to be. There's too much going on.
Apparent that whoever the other informant was, CHS-1, was left out of most of the planning and plotting that they nailed everybody on. But it still leaves the patriot community as a whole and everyone wondering, who are these informants that are still walking around?
The patriot community is the fucking white equivalent of the fucking black community. That's what it is, straight up.
Around and mingling among us.
Nothing but a bunch of fighting, bickering, fucking.
I get what you're saying, and again, in my
people
defense,
fucking fighting for power for this, that, and the other.
One was,
morons.
but it does say that they were from the Michigan militia.
CHS.
How many meetings was the first? How many times is the first one mentioned?
It says that CHS.
How many times was he at any other meeting?
He was.
Hey, good night, McDonald, man. I'll talk to you later, brother.
Yeah, fuck you.
Man.
I don't
Not
think
anymore.
He was at any past Dublin.
No, the thing is, it also says in the document that there were multiple CHSs used, but only 2 are mentioned in this specific grievance that was submitted by the FBI to the courts. They only saw 2 informants and 2 uncovers.
Look at that look on that man's face. That looks like a man that is beat down and about ready to cry.
They all look defeated, if you want my opinion.
But it says there
all
were
of them.
multiple undercovers. So whoever the other person is, CHS-1,
it's you.
Not the only one. We have other informants among us.
But CHS.
Yeah, you, your husband,
go to
that fucking cocksucker up above you.
My Cash App account number is $trailer.
Mentioned one time at the Dublin meeting. That's the only time.
So
also,
one was only
sure
at the Dublin meeting.
That's
right.
What
you're saying? Is that
the only one he's mentioned? The only one I see him mentioned that is that one too.
So he was only at the
I'm
Dublin
not sure
meeting?
about this.
Go ahead, Thomas. That's so far what we read.
So I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that if they have a confidential human resource or whatever that's on a continuing job, like say you have a confidential informant that is working a case that's going to lead into something else, and you don't absolutely have to mention them in an affidavit if it would compromise their
who they are
in a continuing case.
I agree with that, and that's
I think so too.
It even says in that filing that there were, like I said, multiple informants, but only 2 were being used. And it also states that specifically that at least 1 undercover or informant was in all of these case scenarios that they lay out. So it leaves open the fact that, number 1, CHS-1 is being covered. They are not putting out there who CHS-1 is. CHS-2, they don't give a damn about that dude. He's made his money. They're done with him. And that's how these cops through this.
Well, that CHS1 dude or one of the other ones made a lot of loot too, from what it says.
$8,600. Yeah.
CHS1 made $8,600.
And 2 made 14,000 something.
14.3 or something.
I'm sorry. CHS2 has been busy for quite some time, and he brought himself to the police. CHS1 was approached by the police, questioned, and the information that, and actually, no, it says that he was questioned before the Dublin meeting because he went into the Dublin meeting recording. So, but he was approached by them, not the other way around, where CHS2 went directly to the police and volunteered the information.
So we got one man that only went to a Dublin meeting, and then outside of that, he's non-existent.
Yeah, and I'm still looking back at that list that you guys went over, and there's
Steve,
the guy that disappeared, Brad B, is one person that's in question. There was more people that we didn't do that whole list. I know we said Crass or whatever, the first one, Jenny Fox.
There were 3 people in the back, two or 3 and 4 maybe in the back that didn't sign it, but and then there was them 2 that were there for a little bit and then they rolled right out. They said they had car trouble.
Well, the other thing is that all of you guys were at that meeting.
Yeah.
And what they're saying was discussed. Jeremy don't recall any of that discussion that they're talking about. And it
was not discussed. It was not discussed.
I don't remember shit about no damn 200 men needed to do some kind of shit.
No, what they said. But they were
Paul came to my house afterwards and told me none of that was mentioned.
Well, hold on.
Hold on, I got Jenny on the other line. I'm going to ask her if do you happen to know those 3 or 4 people in the back that didn't sign?
It's about to get interesting now. Now that Jenny Plunk's about to get on the phone, about to hear some weird shit.
Like?
What are you doing, man?
Jenny Plunk is the Fed informant that was trying to hem Barry up. See, it was Jenny Plunk down in Tennessee, and then Roby was also that between him and her, they were like tag teaming his ass. You know, he was trying to get him to go to these Wisconsin and Michigan FTXs, and she was actually trying to get him to date her, leave his old lady and date her and shit, which was pretty wild, you know, when everything came out the way it did.
Jenny couldn't get on the Zoom or whatever we're on here, but she said that she doesn't remember the names of the 3 or 4 in the back that did not sign it in Dublin.
Jenny couldn't get on. Bullshit. Jenny didn't want to get on.
But they were asked to sign it and they just didn't sign it.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, that's kind of damn fishy right yonder.
That's not good. Right.
And and none of you guys know who those other people were?
I don't know them. I know 2 of them left because they said they had truck problems and they had somebody and they had to leave the meeting. In the middle of the meeting, they had to leave the meeting because they had truck problems out in the parking lot and somebody was coming to get them and that they were there to meet them. Does anybody remember that Barry thought it was funny about 2 people?
I got a question. There were absolutely no phones allowed in that meeting. Okay. So how the hell would they know that somebody was there to meet them? Please explain this to me.
I don't know.
Jeremy, if I recall, when he brings that up, for some reason, I recall after that meeting was over, and they're not supposed to be no phones, I, for some reason in my head, remember Roby reaching in his pocket and pulling his cell phone.
But Barry thought it was fucking funny too. Now that you
look,
think
Jeremy's not responding, and here in a minute
He
he's about to fall off my panel. Watch, here in a minute he's going to fall off my panel. He's just been sitting there listening. He didn't respond to what I just said.
Actually, in the middle of the meeting to check on them, and they were gone. Do you remember that, Jenny? Does anybody else remember that Barry went out in the middle of?
Yeah, he went and stood right outside the door for a minute.
Yeah, he went to compose himself.
Was that when he said that there was a white truck that kept riding back and forth?
Yep.
Jenny, can you hear me?
About a white truck. I do remember.
Now, do you remember when Barry left? Hold on. Can everybody hear? All right. Can everybody hear Jenny? Say something, Jenny.
Now, this is important to pay attention to what this woman says. She's another informant, and what she says after she got done saying it led me to really believe she was an informant.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember who those people were that Barry went out of the meeting to go check on in Dublin?
Probably the two guys that had the broke down motorcycle.
She said it was just two younger guys, and that's all she remembers. And they had something about a white truck. I know that.
Yeah, I think they either had a broke down truck or a couple motorcycles or something. Barry mentioned something to me about it when we were talking a couple times.
Who was running security?
Barry.
Wait, they had a couple of motorcycles. He said, do we know if it was motorcycles?
It was
or
a white truck.
Yeah, Barry.
Who was doing security for that?
And then 1 minute they were there, and then the next minute they were gone.
Barry was in charge of the security and how he wanted it ran, the meeting ran, and all that.
You see that? You hear that?
Was Jules
Barry was in charge of security and the meeting ran and how the meeting ran and all that. He's saying that, basically trying to say that Barry was the one. I set it up, but Barry ran it all.
from Ohio and her crew?
No, they were there in Peebles, and they ran security there in Peebles. Julie and them were not.
That must have been what Barry told me.
Yeah,
because he said there was a white truck kept going back and forth that was rented from a dealership right up the street or something, and that the security missed it.
That was Dublin.
And
that was Peebles.
Peebles was crawling with the fucking death when we were in.
Yes, it was.
I mean, it was there was feds, there were state troopers, they were all there.
And they were all out in the open too. They weren't hiding.
That's right.
See, and that's something that's kind of curious to me, that both him and Chris are saying that there were state troopers and cops and feds everywhere, because I was the last one to show up. And I didn't see all this police traffic that they're talking about at all.
Yeah, I actually showed up an hour and a half late.
And I spent most of my time sitting outside because it was too hot in that room. And I didn't see all this traffic that they were talking about in Peebles at all whatsoever.
Nope, sure didn't.
They were riding.
I saw them
staring us down.
I think it's.
Well, that was when the case was wide open.
Everybody here and the.
I'll be honest with you.
Community and militia group.
Look, I'll even be honest with you. My drive, because look, what's fucked up is fucking big chubby fucking child diddler up there. You know, he just told me that what time the meeting was in Ohio. He just said there's a meeting in Ohio. He didn't tell me where. I assumed it was in Dublin again, because that was the middle point. He never told me it was in fucking Peebles until I was already in Ohio and I was in Lima, and Barry had called me and said, "Hey, where are you at? We're all already down here." And I was like, "Dude, I'm probably like maybe I think I was in between Lima and Lakeview, which is Indian Lake." I was like, "Dude, I think I'm like maybe probably good 45 minutes away, depending on how fast I drive." He said, "Where are you at?" I told him, I was like, "Well, I'm all the way up here by I'm on my way to Columbus." He's like, "Dude, we're all the way down here at Peebles in Meigs County." That was fucking like 2.5 hours away from where I was at. So I had to haul ass all the way down to fucking Southern Ohio. And when I got down there, around probably about 15, 20 miles outside of fucking Peebles, I didn't see a single fucking cop anywhere. I didn't see a state highway patrol, didn't see a sheriff, didn't see a nothing, nowhere. So I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. The only fucking feds they saw were themselves.
Groups as a whole to find out who these people are, because we have informants wandering around among us. And
yeah,
Jeremy has always said to me, Lisa,
amongst
go with the mindset that there's always a cop there, period. But these people are absolutely there, and they're still working among everybody. And so
unless you guys are worried about real
I
cops
didn't even,
finding you out.
Rectalingus, I didn't even see a bunch of vehicle traffic. You know, there was like, when I was out there, I saw like maybe 1 or 2 or 3 vehicles drive past. And there is a major highway that runs through Peebles, because that's down in Meigs County, Ohio. And Peebles is a really, really, really small thumbnail town.
Didn't see
saw
shit, dude.
out. It's
Didn't see shit.
than just this group. Everybody else is looking, seeing these women whose husbands and fathers of their children, and these young men that are locked up right now
because of you.
The rest of their fucking lives in jail.
Because of you.
And you know, but I'm gonna say this, and I still stand by it. I just don't get the gut feeling it's anybody from our group. I think it all washed from that militia group up there. They had 25 people, and I think 4 or 5 of them alone were cops.
Yeah, he's claiming that there were uniformed cops all over the place that they could see, and I didn't see that. I didn't see that anywhere. I saw State Highway Patrol on what is that, I-70, getting down that way. But
not
that's
outside
normal
of
on the
fucking Meigs
interstate.
County.
Nobody in that militia
I'm
group up
curious
there
to
was
know.
There was somebody in that. Hold on. Nobody in that militia group. What?
Was in Dublin. Not that fucking Wolverine Watchman bullshit that they.
Well,
keep trying to tag.
Adam was, and those 2 young people. Those 2 young people, whoever those were, I'd really like to find out who those people were that cut out and left.
What do you say,
There is
Chris?
no way Adam was a damn informant.
No,
Okay?
hell no, Adam wasn't an informant. No. That's
Hell
not
no, he
even
wasn't an informant. You guys were
close.
fucking setting him up.
See how he says that with complete certainty? Look, like he's telling the truth there. You can tell by his body language that there he's finally telling the truth.
Not even close. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying people from Michigan that were there, and Adam and Barry talked to every fucking buddy. They just talked to everybody.
Let me ask you one other thing, man. That's been bugging me because
The informant came from Michigan.
Yeah, I've been noticing that too. How this one and this one are questioning each other back and forth. Yeah, I've noticed that.
That'd be
I'm glad
Roby and
you saw that too.
Chris.
I wasn't the only one.
What Wolverine was?
Yes, Michael, you're right. Go ahead, Brian.
There's one other thing that's been bugging me, you know, that I've been sitting here marinating on, you know, and when I first early got on and you were talking, you said that when they stopped you and what's your IT, your tech,
Brian,
IT guy, Brian, outside of whatever restaurant they got you at, you know, you told them that, you know,
see, what's funny is if you think about it, I just caught him in a lie there because first it was Steve Steve and Dan that got busted outside of that pizza place, and now it's him and his IT guy.
They never came back to your house and searched your house. But when I talked to you and asked you about it, you told me that they came back and searched 1 room of your house, which you thought was odd. That they came in, went straight to 1 room, and then turned around and then came out.
That is exactly what I told
you. If that's what I told you, I'm not saying that ain't what I told you. I just did not. That ain't what happened. I was talking about. There's 3 incidences in the last year where we've had cops involved in different shit.
Look, Steve. Look, the thing is, look, we're all in a bunch of different shit. We got all kinds of different things going on. But when there's a bunch of there's a specific circumstance that is going on right now, it isn't that hard to separate that from everything else when you got a bunch of people calling and trying to find out.
You told me that too. You told me that they searched your house. You told me that they searched your house.
They did search my house.
See how Chris tries to fucking piggyback off of what I said to make it look like he's not an informant after he just watched me call him out from sitting there quietly and listening to everybody. You catch that?
They searched my whole house and everything with me.
He just said that they didn't search his house, and now he's saying that they did search his whole house.
And Thomas, we're in fucking Ohio, man. I'm just saying,
they searched your house.
Okay, listen, guys. I'm not saying.
See, look, now I'm getting him flustered. Now when I finally got to talk again, I'm getting him flustered because I'm asking him questions that he was making us, he's sitting there giving a sigh of relief that he didn't have to, he was hoping that, that he would be able to get through this without having to answer this shit because he knew he told 15 different stories to 15 different people.
And if I said that, I fucking misspoke. That's
why
not
I
what
can't stand
the
fucking
fuck I'm
liars
saying.
or snitches.
Not saying anybody's lying. I'm
Fucking
saying
rat.
I got fucking 3 different things going on here. You guys got one thing going on here, and I'm fucking deflecting from 40 fucking ways to Sunday. So if
Not
there's
all of
different
us just got one
conversations
thing
going on, then
brother. Just saying, not all of us got one thing going on.
okay, you guys got something going on. I'm just saying I'm deflecting from 40 different ways.
We know you're deflecting.
And
We
I'm about
know
to
you're
say,
deflecting,
we know
dude.
You're deflecting. That's what I'm pointing out. I'm trying to figure out why you're deflecting.
That I
understand you're deflecting. That's what
and I
understand
get it.
why
You
you're
know, I'm just saying that if I said that, I misspoke because the only and the same thing.
Did you catch that? I even said it. I even said it when I was talking to him. I understand you're deflecting. I'm just trying to figure out why.
I'm telling you now, same thing. They cost us. We went to the fucking Columbia County. We were there for about 2.5 hours. It was a total of about 3 hours that we were tied up. Then they went and took Brian to his house, and they searched his house, not mine. They didn't search mine. They searched Brian.
Yeah, you told me that they came, that they took you guys to the police station, and one agent took Brian to his house and searched his house.
No, about 50 agents went to Brian's.
Searched the one room of your house. That's all they searched was one room.
I don't know why I would have said that if I understood everything. I'm just saying. I'm not saying I didn't say that.
And left.
Yeah, go ahead, Jenny. Hold on.
Now listen to this.
Now
woman.
Jenny comes on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yes.
Or I should say this snitch.
There is something y'all need to know. I've already told Thomas this, and I've already told Kawasaki. My name is mentioned in one of those search warrants as a possible co-conspirator. And I've already went and talked to a lawyer.
There's another one that lawyered up that hasn't been arrested, that's been investigated, whose name's in paperwork. She didn't want to get on a live stream and let anybody see her face, but she'll sit and talk through Roby's phone to everybody.
I'm going to tell y'all the same thing I just told Thomas. Thomas will tell you that I messaged him this. Y'all need to pretend like I don't exist, and I'm going to tell you why. Because if they're going to come after
I did put that in the private chat.
no doubt about it.
Look, this is the part where she does the Fed fucking threaten you. You're going to have to pretend like you don't know me, because now if this continues on, if they're going to come after me, then they're really going to come after you. You know what? I don't know if Brian ended up being one of the feds or not, to be honest with you. I've never heard much as far as him. I know they got him on they first arrested him. They took his I know they took his camera because he had a GoPro that was that he was using as a dash cam. And then the last I heard, this is like 3 years ago, because somehow Roby even ended up getting separated from the fucking entire case. Like they wouldn't even use him as a witness. So I don't know what happened. I'm just going to be straight up with you, Joker. I don't know what the fuck happened with Brian. I don't even know what the fuck happened with Roby.
Can I ask you something?
We're almost done, Angel, and then you can.
All right. All right, I'll wait then.
Jenny, can you hear me?
About a white truck.
Hold on, Brian. Hold on. Go ahead, Jenny.
Hold on, I got to find it. I hit the fucking thing.
I've been telling everybody, and I hope that you understand now.
Only name. Lawyer.
There's another one that lawyered up that hasn't been arrested, that's been investigated, whose name's in paperwork. She didn't want to get on a live stream and let anybody see her face, but she'll sit and talk through Roby's phone to everybody.
I'm going to tell y'all the same thing I just told Thomas. Thomas will tell you that I messaged him this. Y'all need to pretend like I don't exist, and I'm going to tell you why. Because if they're going to come after me,
I did put that in the private chat.
no doubt about it. I do not want to bring attention to any of y'all through me.
Don't you threaten me, you fucking old hillbilly fucking rat.
First name in that affidavit. I'm the only fucking one out of everybody that's in that goddamn
Oh, whoop
affidavit.
you fucking do.
And there's a lot of people in that affidavit, and they're just people from here, people from there. And her name is the only one that is mentioned by name.
I'm the only one mentioned by name.
Well, yeah, that's because you're the gentleman from Wisconsin that they're still trying to hide in the affidavit, dipshit.
So I'm telling y'all now, for your own good.
And that's on Barry's affidavit to get his social media. And I'm sure everybody's on there somewhere. Just so you know.
Only name. I've been staying to myself and quiet for a reason. I've already went and talked to a lawyer. They're going to come back for me. I have no doubt about it.
Come on.
That I've been telling everybody, and I hope that you understand now what I've been saying is that it's been 100% true. Is since this happened, me and Jeremy and Mike McDonald and everyone that isn't an informant has all been sitting here being monitored.
Shit. Look, I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 motherfuckers monitoring
Everything
me.
we do is being watched and monitored and, put in some fucking file somewhere.
To them, the idea that we have natural rights is a virus to them. Look what they did to Lavoie. You think they wouldn't do that to every?
You don't give a fuck what they did to Lavoie, you fucking pissant.
Brother, nice to see you, man.
Each and every one of us, if they had a chance.
Jackson,
We're not the
right here. Dude, the dude literally told me he wanted to light me up. The FBI SWAT
And
literally
see,
told
look,
me he
I'm
wished
gonna tell
I
you
busted
what, you
him.
can tell I'm pissed off right now because here they go again, changing the fucking direction of what I was trying to do.
So he could have lit me up. That's why I was so glad that they took me on my porch, because if I was in my house, I don't know what would have happened.
We'd be
That's all I want to say on that part, though.
They were at every meeting and every op, dude. They're the ones that.
Reason about an ugly thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you what. They were the ones that they literally fucking apparently rented out that fucking hotel. They bought the whole fucking hotel for the weekend. The feds. Everybody that was in there working that we thought were working for fucking the Drury Inn and Suites were all feds. All of them. The entire staff and everything. They had people in there that were posing like they were guests that weren't affiliated with us, and they were feds. The feds rented out the whole fucking hotel.
Yep, and that Jenny Plunk chick that was too afraid to get on the stream, she knows just as much because, look, she was attaching herself to Barry. She was trying to get Barry seriously hemmed up in some shit. Roby was trying to attach his dad to me, and I'm telling you, they were trying to get me seriously hemmed up in some shit.
Hold on, Mike.
Hold on, Brian. Hold on. Go ahead, Jenny.
Mike.
Yeah.
He said, yeah. Yeah.
You remember the conversation that you and I had, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, you understand why I'm trying to keep myself out of their grasp.
I know.
Well, why are you being so secretive? Why can't you just come out and say it? It's just us. All of us were supposedly all involved. Why are all of you motherfuckers being so secretive about everything on a panel where you're supposed to be fucking being honest?
You see how McDonald just kind of answered that, like, yeah, okay, whatever.
No, I see what it
BMT,
really
we found
is
out now that there were a total of 12 feds and informants that had infiltrated a total of 31 guys. So out of 31 guys, 12 of these motherfuckers were either feds or informants trying to coerce people and set them up into doing some shit.
Does anybody else have any questions for Steve?
No, not really, not right now.
All right.
I don't have a question.
No sense in asking questions when you guys always fucking overtalk me.
Here we
right
go.
now, we got 3 individuals, not counting Steve, okay? Just 3 other individuals that were in that Dublin meeting, okay? 2 that left
One,
under really,
two,
really
three.
suspicious circumstances. There was no fucking phone
4,
in this meeting.
5.
Okay?
Yeah, that's odd.
No phone in this meeting, but all of a sudden, they got to leave this meeting because somebody's outside waiting for them. Okay?
Now they were with Adam, CM?
No.
No, this is these 2 people that did not sign their names.
The only person that knew them was Barry.
All right.
The only person knew them was Barry.
And the other individual is this guy that got kicked out right after the damn
Double meeting.
Of Roby's group. Okay.
For stealing.
But I don't know about y'all, but I got a major red flag busting up in front of my face right now with 2 individuals, okay, that did not sign their name, did not want their name associated on this list. And on top of that, somehow or another, they knew somebody was outside waiting on them, and they had no fucking form. There was no phones allowed in. Okay, I know this for a fact. I was there. I remember.
Yeah, we even had to disarm our weapons.
Yeah, I didn't even. You remember I had
Yeah, you were pissed off about it.
over fucking having to take a round out of my chamber.
You were
Remember
pissed
that
off
thing?
about it.
Yeah, I remember.
You know, so these 2 individuals all of a sudden, because I didn't think about them, know who they were, and they were.
You know, I didn't even think of them neither until I remembered that Barry went out to look for them in the parking lot and they were gone.
Well, I got to put my input in too, be honest with you, Chris. And the truth of the matter is no matter how much I want to vouch for somebody, you know, Johnny was only at that fucking Dublin meeting too.
I don't know who this Johnny Rebel guy was.
He's one of my dudes.
It's because you didn't fucking listen to me. I told you guys 3 fucking times I brought him.
Listen to this guy. Now, see, and this is another reason why I question even him now. Because, look, if you trust him, bro, if he's your dude, you know, he's going to bat for someone that now I even question.
And that's right and true.
Buddy anymore, man. And, you know, I start questioning everything when I hear shit. Why do you think I was asking specific questions?
I do have one thing to mention. Steve, all right. Yeah. You remember the layout of that room where everybody was sitting, okay?
Correct.
All right. You go down, it would have been the right-hand side of the room to you. You were back there in that corner, okay? Hennon was right there next to me, okay? In front of me, closer to you, all right? Okay. Then there was me, and behind me, fucker from Michigan. Who the fuck was he? And
that was one of the Knoll brothers.
Bill Knoll, man. Bill Knoll.
That was one of the Knoll brothers. They got arrested, bro.
Oh, okay.
They were part of the Michigan tight group up north. They were part of the private meetings and all that. But the 2 and the guy
Bill Knoll and his brother were part of the Michigan Liberty
until
Militia,
I remembered that Barry,
which were totally separate from the Michigan Wolverines. The Michigan Liberty Militia that had the Knoll brothers, and then I think there's dude Phil Robinson, who actually he's actually on YouTube still. Looks like a big ass fucking Viking. He still posts shit all the time.
Went out to look for them in the parking lot and they were gone.
Well, I got to put my input in too. Be honest with you, Chris. And
chairs, because they wouldn't let it.
And it was through Messenger.
Because I'll tell you what, let me tell you what I know about that so far.
Oh, here we go. He's going to tell us what he knows now that I told him that I know something that I wasn't supposed to know because.
Oh, wait. What did I miss? I went ahead too far.
The meeting.
Sorry. I fucked up and hit the thing.
Right off
you
of
guys
it.
are the best to get the keys for everybody. So
They recorded Fox
Put the
said, and
sandbot on and go to bed.
Barry Croft said. So
Okay.
whoever the informant was, specifically talked
No, not that Phil
to
Robertson.
Croft and
Robinson.
The only conversation, the only conversation that took place, Chris, before or anytime during that meeting was out in that little lobby, the food lobby. You walked in, there was that little food lobby area.
But
the only time that there was a conversation was with them was right before the meeting, though.
In the first half.
Now, see, I do want to point out, and I hate doing this, but if you've noticed, there's basically been two people for the last, 45 minutes now. Two people that have been doing nothing but holding a conversation where they are basically, controlling the direction of the questioning and the
It's
line
really
of
three.
questioning and where people are going.
Robeson
and trying to
Chris, and
deflect and deter.
the fucking little drowned rat boy looking motherfucker, his old lady.
True. Yes, they did.
Now, and the only reason why I'm pointing that out is because that would leave an opportunity for those individuals to have recorded what they said. You see what I'm saying? If they are recording.
I think a lot of people missed is Zuckerberg did come out during those Senate hearings and say that he had actually tipped this off to the feds before the fucking Dublin meeting even happened.
He did say that in those fucking hearings too.
Shit.
I'm not even
Dude,
bullshitting.
it's on my Facebook.
Zuckerberg was monitoring the messenger and decided, hey, these guys here need to be checked out, and so he turned.
Did you see the look on Robeson's face when I said that?
Affiliations with different people, and then all of us coming together, and then our chat in the Facebook Messenger.
Look at the expressions
on all of them.
The body language says so much.
I swear to God, dude, he straight up said in the Senate hearing that he was the one.
I know he did.
Before all this happened in Dublin, he was the one that tipped them off about what was going on.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I got that. Look, dude, I got that actual soundbite.
It's now in the Library of Congress as evidence.
And listen to it with your own fucking ears.
Well, that's fine.
Right.
You know,
I read about it.
Explain a good bit, but I'm still trying to figure out how this meeting got recorded. This particular meeting got recorded, and how much of this meeting got recorded.
I personally think you already know.
Mike, are you trying to say that you knew we were having that Dublin meeting before we got there?
Noticed my handler fell off the fucking panel that I was having.
And it was through Messenger that
because I'll tell you what, let me tell you what I know about that so far.
Oh, here we go. He's going to tell us what he knows now that I told him that I know something that I wasn't supposed to know because somebody said something at a fucking Senate hearing that he didn't watch.
Me and Barry had called the jury in, me and him on a
Here's that me and Barry again.
And told them that we needed the conference room because we were supposed.
You ever notice how every time he brings something up, it's always him and Barry, him and Barry, him and Barry. He's always trying to implicate Barry into whatever it is he's doing. He can't take ownership and responsibility and accountability for his own fuck shit. He's always trying to pass the buck off onto Barry.
To get the big conference room, but they said no, we could only use the small conference room.
You're right, Queen Ma. He is very combative now.
So we were directed to the small conference room.
We'd have been better off having the meeting in the fucking
parking lot.
Yep.
So wait a minute. So what you're telling me is it's there, but that room was fucking bugged?
Hey, Rectalingus, I went ahead and threw you a wrench, bro. That way, if you want to put your any of you guys who got wrenches, if you guys want to,
Oh, shut up and just get to it.
You go ahead.
Chairs, because they wouldn't let us use the big one.
Did you originally have the big one reserved?
And he's got a fucking smile on his face while he's talking about this, like he knows what he was doing. Like he brought a fucking chair in that was bugged or some shit.
We would try to, and they said no, it wasn't available. When we went to get chairs out of it, there wasn't nobody in it.
Well, society that followed the U.S. Bill of Rights where they could be self-sufficient. They discussed different ways of achieving this goal, from peaceful endeavors to violent actions. At one point, several members talked about state governments they believed were violating the U.S. Constitution, including the government of Michigan and Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Several members.
I'm sorry, but I'm here to tell you that bitch was violating the Constitution. She told those people in Michigan that they couldn't even go out and buy seeds in the middle of the summer. They couldn't go to the lawn and garden section of Walmart and buy seeds to plant their own gardens. She expected these people to stay home and only go to the grocery store a certain amount of time, and they weren't allowed to buy seeds. She threatened to arrest them if they bought flags in Walmart. That's how fucking tyrannical this fucking woman was being. And that's no lie. You can look that shit up.
Talked about murdering tyrants or taking a sitting governor. The group decided they needed to increase their numbers.
How's it going, Val? Since we got a few new people coming in here, like I said, if you could hit the thumbs up, share the stream, and if you feel compelled, hit the Cash App. It's out there in the and that's
to be reliable and corroborated through a review of recordings and physical surveillance. That meeting was recorded and provided to the FBI. That's the court document that the FBI submitted said. I'm reading it off of it.
Okay, so that
it
means
says
that room wasn't recorded. That was an informant that recorded that meeting.
Yeah,
correct?
that's exactly what it means.
I mean, this shit is like perfectly scripted if you think about it.
It
Everything
is.
that's going on. It's crazy. This is like living a fucking horror movie.
Person that
It's
recorded
crazy.
that.
And only one's mentioned. So it's one person of the, it sounds like there weren't 15 people there. It sounds like there were 18 or 19 people there. And
Hey, shout out to Andre Koleravic, man. Thank you, brother, for that $5 Cash App, man. It's greatly appreciated.
one of those people recorded it. And I would imagine because of the context of you did, because Jeremy wasn't privy to that conversation.
No,
Bullshit.
There was a couple conversations going in there while people were still showing up.
So
because everybody wasn't there till late, and you can ask Brian. Everybody wasn't there at the same time till we started.
Don't ask Brian nothing.
You notice how he said you can ask Brian? I didn't even respond, but someone else responded for me. But every time he is questioned with anything and he goes to answer, he tries to make sure that someone else can verify what it is he's saying.
That's true.
I think that Jenny fucking Plunk bitch is in his ear trying to get him to say the right shit.
What's
since he's
up,
fucking up.
Davichi? How's it going, brother? Missed a good stream so far. Well, things you'll ever see, man.
Branched off and people were sitting around talking. And I would imagine they were targeting Fox and Barry at that time. So my attention, if I was up there in that meeting, I would be trying to think back who really spent a lot of time around Fox and Barry, and at what point were they alone with Fox or Barry to talk? The fact that the Governor Whitmer was brought up, I would imagine that indicates that Fox and Barry were in that conversation that was recorded that says that, because they're from
just
while I'm trying to tell her that I was talking to Fox about Whitmer. That way nobody can hear what I'm saying to her.
Old military patriot. He's
No, I was just getting at the spilling, talking about taking a sitting governor or something. Maybe, we all know how he went off.
sound like Frank now. Not bleed out Frank, the bleed out crew.
No,
but
Now they're all having a good time partying and
That's the
shit.
thing is, I don't know if she's still on the phone or not, Mastermind. To be honest with you, I'm assuming she is. Maybe she ain't, but it's like she's just sitting there listening. Personally, I think she's sitting there recording the conversation herself.
I'm glad we're doing this. This is starting to make some sense. You know, bottom.
Hey, shout out to Rectalingus for that $10 cash app, brother. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Like I said, everything that I get tonight, I'm actually going to send over and donate to put on Barry's books, man. That way he's got a little bit of coin so he can get a hold of his kids.
Bottom dollar here is there's some players involved here, and you know it makes sense to proceed with caution at the very minimum. I can't. Man, I wish I could think of them two fucking young bucks' names, man. They were outside talking for a little bit. They even helped carry in a few chairs. And I don't know that they talked to Fox at the same time, but I know they did have.
And just so you guys know, just so it ain't you guys putting on his books right now, I've raised $35 through Cash App, and I'm going to match all of you. So the $35 that I've raised from you guys, I'm going to match it another $35. That way we can throw 70 at him right now.
Barry talking to him up front by the food area before we started putting chairs in.
They were Barry's boys.
Yeah, they were Barry. I don't come back in after they said they were going. They had to meet somebody outside. They didn't come back in. That's when Barry went outside and said that they're gone.
Yeah, that's awful strange.
Yeah, it's
well,
awfully.
some of the news articles
this?
also talk about some trips that Barry took down to the Carolinas and stuff like. I've read so much of this.
Yeah, but there was no recordings of none of that. Barry went down to the Carolinas, and I don't know who he knew down there, but we had our families down there at Myrtle Beach. But there was never, if you read any of that, there's.
He was going down to the Carolinas because he was planning on trying to set up a great big group weekend down there, where we went down there to fucking Myrtle Beach and rented a beach house and brought all of our families down and got together because he trusted you fuckers. That's what he was doing. How do I know this? Because I talked to him every fucking night for almost a year until you guys fucking had his ass arrested.
Nothing recorded from down there because we didn't get asked about none of it. None of it has been in nothing.
Was Chastity people?
Fuck. No, but she was on the phone the whole time. When he wasn't talking to you or Kawasaki, he was talking to Chastity.
Okay.
Who's this Chastity?
Oh man,
it's crazy, bro.
Barry's girlfriend.
I mean, honestly, right now where we're at with it, it's just turning into a bunch of just talk.
Yeah, this is where I ended up ending it.
There's one other thing. One other video I want to play that I.
I wish I would have played it all, because I know that there is at least another probably 20 minutes of it, and now the original copy of it doesn't even exist anymore. So yeah, there's that. That's that interesting interview, because that's what it looks like now to me. Wow. You know, it's wild when you come back and you look at things like that, you know, even a couple years later. You know, I was almost hitting on it a year after we did it. Now, 2 years after I did an examination of it, I was still off then, man. I was still missing pieces. I was still wanting to believe that some of these folks were honest individuals. See, look, you know, that's the thing, man, that's all I've ever been really on here trying to do and get people to understand, is the lengths that certain people will go. You know, the levels people will go to turn good men and women into criminals and terrorists, so to speak. There's people out there that they just don't give a fuck. They care so little about you and this country, for that matter, and care only so much. I don't know what the fuck it was, Joker. I thought, dude, it seems like they were interviewing me. I don't know. Giving me a runaround. I don't know what the fuck was going on. It was supposed to be a interview / interrogation on Roby. That's what it initially was supposed to be, to find out what the fuck was going on. Looked to me like nothing but a big old circle jerk for them all to sit down and get their story straight. What about you? That's what it looked like. A meeting of the minds for them to sit down and get their fucking story straight. I don't know. I could be wrong. It's wild, though. Like I said, it's wild. I don't even know what to think anymore. Like I said, I just know that there's people out here that are willing to fucking destroy your life just to advance theirs. That's obvious. We've all been seeing that for the last 3 years. You know? The thing is but look, man, don't be a bitch like fucking Ty Garbin and fucking that other fucking little fucking pussy ass rat that fucking basically lied for the FBI so the FBI could have somebody verify the fucking falsifications that they were putting on people. You know? Don't be a pussy. I mean, if you're going to go out and do something, at least stand in it, you know? Stand for what's right. If you ain't going to stand for what's right, what the fuck are you ever going to stand for, you know? And I honestly believe that that's why they never followed through with subpoenaing me to be a witness for Barry and Adam. I called Adam's private investigator I don't know how many times. Dude, I even offered to give up the fucking cell phones I didn't have anymore, or that I still had that didn't work anymore, that had all of my conversations on it between me and Barry and me and Adam to the investigator for Adam. You know, because I knew that there were conversations on there that we had that would have proven that they weren't doing what they were trying to say they were doing. But they never showed up and got that. I find it interesting that the people that did actually end up going and testifying, 2 of them pled the 5th. And one, I don't know what the fuck he said. I just know that he was subpoenaed by the prosecution rather than the fucking the defense. Barry was a good guy, dude. You know, I know there were people out there that didn't like him, you know, but Barry was a good guy. He was a dad, a single dad that was trying to do it. He had a crazy ass fucking baby mama that was making shit difficult for him. You know, he had teenage girls, and he's just trying to do it on his own. And by all rights, he was a pissed off. We were all pissed off. Every last one of us were pissed off about what was going on at that time. Because these motherfuckers were literally fucking they were fucking running roughshod over the entire country. Forcing this, forcing that, fucking telling you couldn't do this and you couldn't do that. Literally disrupting your entire ability to even fucking go out and make a living. Everybody had a right to be pissed off. Still blows my mind when they came and did that interview with me, the feds at my house. I'll never forget when the wife answered the door and came and woke me up because I was taking a nap on the couch. She said that there were 2 state police officers out there that wanted to speak to me. And when I went out there and I asked them for their credentials, they opened up, they showed me their badge. And that's when we found out that they were FBI, not state police. They were FBI. And it was male and female. Female didn't say a whole lot. They asked if I would if they could speak with me and shit. And I was like, yeah. And I think they almost implied, they were expecting me to let them in the house. And I didn't. I ain't stupid. I've been down this fucking road before. I don't let nobody in my house without a warrant. Fuck you. We sat out on my on my porch swing that was out in the front yard. That way everybody and my cameras could see it, which caught them off guard because they even asked me. I remember them asking me very clearly when they showed up, are you sure you want to do this right out in front of all your neighbors? And I was like, yeah, I ain't got nothing to fucking hide. I didn't do nothing wrong. Oh, and by the way, you guys are being recorded. That's the other thing I wanted them to know, that they were being recorded at the time. But what was wild about it is the majority of the time they were there, all they focused on was my political leanings, my ideology, and how I felt, what I felt about Joe Biden, and how I felt about the government, and what I felt about the lockdowns, and how I felt about, the restrictions, and how I felt about if Biden was won the election or not, and how I would react, and what my affiliation was with this group and that group, and if I had ever been involved with any national groups, and yada yada. That's all they wanted to know. I told him, I said it was. Told him I said I'm here to tell you that I think that it's really fucked up that you guys are wasting money coming over here and even questioning me about anything, as if I don't have the right to be pissed off. You motherfuckers should be over there on Capitol Hill arresting everybody that's sitting in fucking Congress right now. That's what you should be doing. You should be investigating them motherfuckers. Why ain't you investigating them? Why ain't you investigating these fucking governors and these general assemblies that are fucking telling people they can't do shit? Right. Translation. Could we maybe take you to a private place and bully you without witnesses? Right. No. And like I said, I believe that's why they didn't want me as a witness, because they knew that they weren't going to be able to fucking get me to plead the fifth or go in and bully me. I would said multiple times willingly, openly, that I would go in and I would tell them exactly what I knew about Barry and about Adam. What they were trying to fucking hem them up for, they didn't do. What I'd tell them what I knew about fucking the Null brothers. They didn't want me up there. They didn't want nothing to do with me. And then you got fucking what's his name? Fucking Jeremy Dieter and Thomas Leaguer spent the last probably I'd say year now, until they moved Barry and Adam to fucking those federal supermax prisons. Spent the last year basically doing a good job of convincing them that I was the one that was questionable, not them. I was. I really hope the right people see that footage. I do. I hope they see it, because that footage needs to be shown. That's footage that nobody knows exists. That's footage that would make a difference if it ended up in the media. You literally hear the fucking the informants and the rat bitches themselves in real time trying to figure out their fucking story. And it's wild. Like I said, fucking Mayo monkey with a grenade. He told me this shit 2 years ago. Look, dude. I'm not going to say that I'm perfect or anything. I'm not going to say that I've never misstated something or made a promise that I couldn't keep or anything like that. Or I'm not even going to say that I haven't ever lied before, but I haven't done it intentionally. You know, and I like, Joker was saying, you got to fuck it. You got to be about it. You hear me say that all the time. Be about it or nothing at all. You know, I'm tired of all these motherfuckers that just want to talk the talk, man. When, you know, I'm not perfect and I'm not the greatest fucking speaker or, you know, the most fucking not your model fucking patriot, but I try to live what I speak and lead by example and do the things that I fucking talk about all the time and preach to others. You know, I try to do those same things. Try to the best I can. You know, don't just talk about it, be about it. Like, if you do what you've always done, you'll be what you've always been. You know, and I don't want to be one of those people that care so little or become so fucking scared that I can be swayed to fucking sell my own fucking brothers and sisters out. I still have right over here on this flash drive. Where is it? On this flash drive right here is the remonstrance agreement that Barry Croft and I think it's 6 other guys drew up because they were going to redress their grievances with the state of Delaware's General Assembly because they were violating the Constitution. That's what Barry was actively trying to do. Barry was trying to get a set of constitutionally ran charter schools set up across the nation. That way, kids were actually taught reading, writing, and arithmetic the way they should be taught. And so kids would be taught things that would actually benefit them when they got out of school, you know, life skills like shop and metal shop and, you know, home ec and, you know, all the fine things that we were taught when we were in school. That's what he was trying to do. He was wanting to make a difference. And I've come to realize that in the day and age we live now, anybody that tries to make a difference or tries to go against the grain, to do something that'll actually benefit not just the nation, but, you know, our posterity, our future, our children, our grandchildren, that those are the ones that are targeted and removed. And that's, you know, to be honest with you, it's one of the things. Every time something new comes up about the whole Michigan thing, it's one of the things that becomes very surreal to me that I never thought that I didn't realize that I was doing the right thing. I guess when you do the right thing, you know that you're going to have people to come at you. I guess I should have known that. We always say that if you ain't got haters, then you ain't doing what you're supposed to be. So I guess the equivalent of doing the right thing when it comes to your countrymen is if you ain't got feds watching you and coming after you and trying to stop you. And they almost did. I ain't going to lie. They almost did. You know what's wild, though? What got me back on this shit 3 weeks later, after the fucking feds came and interviewed me, and they took all my social media I didn't call anybody. I didn't reach out. I was fucking spooked. It was about a week and a half later. My McDonald got a hold of me from a different number, and he called me first, and I didn't know, so I didn't answer. And then he texted me, and it took me fucking 3 days before I responded back to his text because it wasn't a number I was familiar with. But it was him and Dieter that convinced me to get back on social media and continue doing what I was doing and speaking my mind. You knew what you got involved in, motherfucker. You knew what the risks were. Don't you be a fucking bitch and back out now. You know, because I ain't gonna lie, I was spooked. It fucking spooked me. I was worried about my family and what was going to happen. But then I got to thinking about it, you know, and even though now it was probably them trying to set me up to go harder and do whatever. I don't know what it was they was trying to do, try and get me to fucking go radical or some shit for all I know. But what it did do is it caused me to sit back and think, you know, to a degree, they're right. Because do I want my children seeing that their father, when threatened with his freedom and his liberty, would I want my children to see me fold up, back down, cower, tuck tail and run? Or would I rather them see me stay steadfast, keep my head held high, and keep, you know, pushing forward regardless of what the end result was for me, and take that chance, even if it did mean that I was taken out of their life and put in a federal prison? I mean, according to what they were saying on the Timcast, Tim Pool interview, that there's all kinds of unindicted co-conspirators that they can bring charges on. I'm one of them. I'm not afraid, though. I spent fucking the entire time everybody was sitting in fucking county out here on these fucking social media platforms trying like hell to get somebody from a bigger platform to just listen. So that someone that actually knew what was going on could actually tell the truth, instead of listening to all these people sit and spin this evil fucking web about these men and women that aren't terrorists at all. The only terrorists are the ones that fucking set this up, funded it, paid for it, and then let them take the fall for it. I mean, think about this for a second. What kind of fucking country do we live in where the very man that was the FBI agent that was running the shit, that was, you know, out in the field, Mr. Richard Trask himself, was out doing worse shit than what any of these guys were doing? What kind of moral compass do you have as a nation when you overlook the fact that this dude was taking his wife out, you know, basically letting other men sexually assault her because he got off on it, and then beating her up, and then driving around fucking completely fucking drunk out of his mind, loaded with a fucking loaded weapon on him? Jesus Christ, just the fucking being drunk in a car would have put any of us in jail. Being drunk in a car with a fucking gun would have put us in fucking prison. Being drunk in a car with a gun after you just got done beating the shit out of your wife, shit, man, they would have put us under the prison. I hope Barry and them see justice. I really do. You know, I heard Tim say, I hope fucking Trump gets reelected and he can pardon him. Trump ain't going to pardon him. He ain't going to pardon him. Trump don't give a fuck about him. I remember Trump fucking bringing it up in one of it. He brought it up once before during the fucking election in 2020 when they were still running the fucking campaigns and shit. He brought it up once. And I don't know, man. Hold your loved ones tight, folks. Protect your little ones. Make sure that you keep those around you as tightly as tight and as safe as you can, you know, because you never know at a moment's notice, either you can be taken away from them or they could be taken away from you. We see it all the time. I mean, Christ, these fucking maniacs, these fucking lunatics are willing to disrupt families, you know, separate children from homes, have kids murdered, have grown ass adults murdered. There's no length that they won't go to push their agenda. And, you know, and some people are going to sit and say, oh, that's kooky, that's fringe, you know, it's conspiracy and all that stuff. Is it really? Is it really? Back in 2020, we watched the world, and it's the entire world. I don't know what it is. Some world ruling class as a collective and all their underlings all push the same lie. All of them, they push the same lie. So is it really that far-fetched anymore? Are these really conspiracies? Or is it reality? And you're just afraid to wake up and see it for what it is. And I hate that term wake up. I hate that term woke. It's been bastardized. You know, just like everything that people that pay attention to the signs and the writing on the wall around them says, just like everything, they do everything in their power to fucking twist it and bastardize it and turn it into something that it wasn't, just to make you look foolish. To make what you say easily discredited. What are you willing to lose, folks? How much are you willing to lose? That's the question of the hour. How much are you willing to lose? So we had 10 votes. Really didn't have a whole lot of people in here tonight. I thought we'd have more. They're probably throttling me because this is shit they don't want people to see, and I hashtag the shit out of this. Hashtag FBI setup, hashtag political prisoner, hashtag Tim Pool, hashtag Steven Crowder, hashtag Tucker Carlson, hashtag MAGA, hashtag Donald Trump, hashtag Angry Snowman, hashtag Chunk Black, hashtag Fed Snitch, hashtag Barry Croft, hashtag Adam Fox, hashtag Bill Null, hashtag Brandon Caserta, hashtag Michigan, hashtag Whitmer case, hashtag Fallen Republic, hashtag Alan Jones, hashtag Brandon Schroyer, hashtag Gulag Gang, and hashtag Informants. And I was going to keep going and going and going and going and going. I wasn't done. I still had a whole lot more characters left to use, but my fingers got tired. Hashtag the shit out of this. But anyhow, poll said out of 10 of you, 80% of you said that you guys were in agreement that the 5 guys up on that fucking panel were all fucking feds. All of them feds. Dude, all you got to do is trust your gut, Red. All you got to do is trust your gut. I'm telling you, man, if you trust your gut, your gut will never steer you wrong. I promise you. My gut saved me from going to prison. Because they tried. They tried hard. What are you willing to lose? Do you want your nation back? Do you want your kids to have a future? Do you want to rid them of these corporate and fucking political shackles that they're already in? Are we going to leave them a mess and not even steer them in the right direction on how to fix it, how to rebuild it, how to do something about it? Are our old fucking grumpy asses, you know I'm talking about, Gen X, are our old grumpy asses going to finally stop keeping to ourselves and finally rear our ugly heads and say, look, enough's enough? So I think we could, look at what happened with Budweiser. What happened with Budweiser is think about it. What happened with Budweiser is what people have been trying to get to happen with the gas prices for the last 20 years. I remember when they first started going up like crazy, and people tried to get everybody for just one day. Don't go to the gas station and buy gas, everybody. Just one day. Nobody could do it. Because you know how bad that would hurt them? For one day. Don't get on Facebook or YouTube for one day. But man, they didn't have no problem fucking putting an end to Budweiser, did they? And what's crazy is that little tranny wasn't even going after our kids. They were mad because the tranny was going after beer. It would, man. You're right, Joker. It would take a lot of people to do what is right. And I don't think anybody... I think there's a lot of people, especially younger adults nowadays, that are so confused that they don't know what's right anymore or wrong. They blurred the lines too much for some of these younger folks to even be able to differentiate between right and wrong now. I mean, because Jesus, there used to be a time when we could all agree on what was right and wrong for a kid, and now that's even sketchy. That's iffy. Now everybody's advocating for letting men dressed in fucking dresses, wearing G-strings with their nuts hanging out, they're allowing them to go to high schools and give teenage girls lap dance and rub their fucking balls all over them. They're allowing boys to dress up like girls and go in girls' locker rooms and bathrooms and sexually assault high school girls. They're wanting to fucking take and chemically castrate young kids. They want to say that a kid has enough fucking intellect and intelligence to know whether or not they're a different gender. But those same kids, you don't let them drive cars. You don't give them guns. You don't let them fucking vote. You don't let them go out and do any of these things. And you're actively passing bills to put loosen laws when it comes to murder for someone under 25, because you say the brain isn't even fully developed yet until 25. But yeah, you want to let kids do stuff like that. When I was in high school at 16, 17 years old, if I would have been caught dead with a fucking porno mag or anything that had nudity in it, man, my school, my principal, my superintendent would have come unfucking glued. I'd have been suspended, if not expelled. And now it's the actual fucking the faculty that's providing it. It's fucking disgusting. Actively trying to turn your kids against you, convince them that they can't trust you as a parent. What are you willing to lose, man? That's what it is. How much are you willing to lose? Because you've already lost a lot. I mean, seriously, you've already lost a whole lot. Yeah, there aren't a whole lot of feral kids anymore, Joker. But I'm just saying we've already lost a lot. We've pretty much lost our First Amendment. We're working on losing our Second Amendment. Our Fourth Amendment's been gone since 9/11, and they've just been slowly fucking hammering at that motherfucker every year. Before long, the first 5 fucking amendments of the Bill of Rights, the ones that actually protect our rights, are all going to be gone. Well, how's that story go? Fuck, I forget it. I don't even want to get into it, man. It's just, what are you willing to do? I know me. My mind's been in some really dark places, and I've actually entertained the idea of doing things that I really don't want to, just to protect my family from them getting them in, if shit was ever to get really, really crazy, really, really dystopian, really, really Orwellian, I'm willing to do things that most people wouldn't think about just out of mercy. And those are the type of things that men used to think about. Men don't think about those things anymore now. Now they're more worried about what color fucking wig they're going to wear, or what kind of eyelashes they're putting on, or what color they're painting their fingernails, and whether or not everybody reaffirms whatever gender they decide they want to be. Because let's be real, folks, it ain't the women that they're after with this whole fucking gender queer and gender nonconforming and gender bending shit. It's the men. It's the young men, our boys that are becoming men. That's who they're really after. They are winning the psychological war. And some of you ignorant fucks are fucking lockstep helping them do it. Thinking you're being fucking progressive and woke. And look, you ain't doing your children no favors by being their friends. You aren't doing your children no favors by enabling their fucking fantasy that they live in. It's your job to bring them back into reality. It's your job to steer them in the right direction. It's your job to tell them no. Joker, and that's what's crazy. They turn around and they want to tell you that the fucking insurrection on January 6th was an insurrection. That one day we actually had enough people in one place that all pretty much had the same ideology and leaned the same way, that if we really wanted to, if America wanted January 6th to be an insurrection, none of them motherfuckers that are sitting up there crying about how scared they were in these fucking Senate hearings, still using it as a fucking dog whistle for shit, none of them would be walking around. None of them would be sucking air. None of them would have left that Capitol other than in a fucking black bag. Instead, Ashley Babbitt was killed. Some fucking female Air Force veteran. One person was killed at the insurrection, a woman. But yet people are so fucking dumb and so easily fucking manipulated that there's people that believe, and I'll be honest with you, I honestly think that some of these motherfuckers sitting in Congress have told themselves this shit so much that they believe it themselves too, that all these cops, 5 cops died or were murdered at January 6th. No, the fuck they weren't. No, the fuck they weren't. Not a single cop was shot at January 6th. Not a single fucking one. I know just wild. It's wild. What are we going to do? Like I said, there was that, you know, that was wild going back through that again. Here, I'll even let you see this again. Tell me if it's real. Tell me if it's real. This, or if this shit's a setup. A scripted fucking big old fucking play that was put on intentionally to be put out there.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Just chill right here, yo. My kids are in here. I gotta go in there. All right.
I got you, yo.
See, look, October 17, 2020, I posted this. This has only had 311 views.
Holy fuck. Yo, they got dude out the top. Who's inside, bro? They said they were counting 5 people.
Almost looks
Oh, they
like
got a
when we
drone,
used to
so
run
they got a drone
fucking
right there,
drills
man.
at shoot houses right there when I was in the militia. The way they're moving.
What you call him? Tell his wife. No.
And we used to film it too.
Where's
Just so we could see
she work there?
what we did wrong.
Oh. What the fuck is going on, bro? Holy shit.
I just don't want to go in there and feed my children, and they be like, "Well, him."
You see the armored vehicle they got right there? And you know what, Joker? I was in West Ohio Minutemen. That's what got me involved in the militia group. The West Ohio Minutemen were actually the militia group that was all over the fucking news back in 2016 when Trump was being nominated for the Republican ticket to run. When they had the Republican the Republican National Convention up in Cleveland. I was one of the 10 guys up there that was interviewed by a bunch of people. And what's wild is a lot of those interviews have been fucking removed from the interwebs. You can't find them anymore. But I think that's when the government went ahead and punched my ticket when they saw me up there walking around and they saw me doing interviews and talking to people. That's what started it. Then we went and did some, as part of going down trying to do some help down during Hurricane Harvey. Actually, the West Ohio Minutemen, we over in Ohio, we were actually we started getting people to look at militia groups positive again. You know, because we were out doing things in the community. We did a lot of poker runs. Yeah, I noticed you said that the last time. That shoot house was laid out by the feds. Like I said, man, I hope the right people see this. I hope that this gets out there. I've been trying to get this kind of information out there, for 3 years now. Actually, yeah, well, the information about this out there for 3 years now. I've been trying to get people to fucking read and understand for longer than that now. I wish I had a way that I could put this affidavit in the chat, link it in the chat. That way you guys could read it because I got it right here on my computer. At least what they released of it. Because there's a lot of information that's been withheld. The imprisonment they were all facing was any terms of years up to life, not more than $250,000 in fines, and not more than for supervised release, not more than 5 years, Class A felony, all under 18 USC, and then whatever subsection. And you know what's interesting about that too is the imprisonment part. You know, you want to imprison somebody for however long you see fit, though, that's whatever. But it's the fine and the bail, because the last I checked, I'm pretty sure it's the 11th or the 12th Amendment is supposed to protect us from excessive bail and fines. They're not the Constitution specifically states that they're not supposed to fucking impose bail and fines on you to the point to where it makes you fucking destitute or makes you financially ruins you. And that's exactly what they do now. They literally violate the fucking Constitution every day, all day long. That's why they don't like hearing the Constitution. They don't like people like me. They don't like people like Joker. They don't like people like Red. You know, that's why people like us, we get into heated discussions with, a lot of conservatives, even, so to speak. Because we'll point out, dude, the Constitution says that you can't do that. Well, the Constitution is supposed to be the law. The law is supposed to be framed around the Constitution. If the law doesn't fucking marry up and actually go hand in hand and lockstep with the Constitution, then it's unlawful. And the Constitution literally states that we are supposed to not comply with it. It is our duty as citizens of this republic not to comply with tyrannical and unconstitutional laws and jurisdictions that are imposed on us. This is way beyond the kangaroo court that we live in. It's way beyond that. We're so far in debt now. Is it 12th Amendment? I ain't got my, normally I got a pocket Constitution handy with me to look. Like, right direct around me. Let me see if I got one up on the bookshelf. Whew. I might have one up here. Yeah, here's one. Anybody wants a pocket Constitution for free? Email dirtylogic1@gmail.com. DITRYLOGIK1@gmail.com. Email that with your fucking address or P.O. box or wherever, and I'll send you a pocket Constitution for free. Because everybody needs one. I need my one that I usually read. It's so beat up. 10, 11, 12. 12 covers electors. I've always liked the 13th Amendment, too. The 13th Amendment is kind of a joke. neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime whereof the parties shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. So the only person that's allowed to have slaves is the federal government or the state government. Oh. No, it ain't the 12th, I don't think. Unless it's buried in there somewhere. Because the 12th is the electors shall meet in their respective states. 12th is about voting for president and vice president and what day it'll take place on. Yeah. Well, I gave you my email, man. Shoot me an email with your address and I'll mail you one. I got plenty of them, dude. I was actually going to, a while back, I ordered a whole bunch of them off of Amazon and was going to do trivia and shit and give them away to people for, prizes. If I could find mine, because this one, it's different. It seems like I don't know where mine is. Mine's all beat up and shit, worn and used and red. I don't know where it went. No. Where the fuck did it go? Ah, there it is. Yeah. See, there's my pocket constitution. This thing's been used. Look, that's my pocket constitution. It's all taped up, tore up. Look, it's even got all them motherfuckers' phone numbers in it from that meeting up at Dublin, where they signed their names and put their own phone numbers in it. Where is the excessive bail one? Or is it in the Fifth Amendment? On the third's no quarter. It's the Eighth Amendment. That's which one it is. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed. No cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. That's the Amendment 8. Yeah, I can post it, man. But yeah, this thing's beat up. I got this one from Hillsdale College. This was my first pocket constitution. At gmail.com. Yep. But yeah. What's up, Reese? What you doing, brother? I didn't even see you out there. Well, I'm going to post a link one more time. If anybody wants to hop up real quick, they can. If not, I'm going to give it about 5 minutes. I'm going to bounce out of here because it's like 1:30 in the morning. And I'm not going to sit here and continue talking to myself. I've talked to myself all night, literally. Like I talked to myself, streaming myself. That was weird. I was like talking to myself, talking to about myself, talking about myself. That was wild. Share the stream out if you can, man, and make sure you hit the like. Try and get it out there in the ether. That way, the right people will see this hopefully someday, and it can be used to help those that are involved in that case. Because, like I said, sitting and looking at it now, it literally looks like a panel full of people coming together to get their story in order. That's what it looks like. And I was the only one on that fucking panel that was literally, well, sorry, I'm not fucking exciting enough for you, penis. But I was the only one that was literally excited or on there that was willing to push back and fucking be real about shit. Well, I guess they were being real too. They were being real fucking glowy. Really fucking glowy. Really fucking glowy. Entry resting, ain't it? What up, Rock? Getting ready to bounce out if somebody don't hop up here before long, because I'm been at it for 4 hours by myself. What's up, Lawrence? Oh, I'm done showing that. Now people are popping in. They must be done throttling my stream, I guess. Make sure you go back and watch the shit, man. It's interesting. I had a fucking moment of clarity up here today. Elbow cough? Who the fuck's elbow cough? Oh, let's I'm gonna play another song while I'm doing whatever. You as well, sir. You as well. Oh boy. Present share screen Spotify. Sure. What do I want to play? We'll go over here and back to that, and we'll share, and we'll go back to that, and we'll go back to that and that, and bam. Put that back up here. Is it out there? Yeah, it's playing.
A company always on the run, a destiny, oh, it's the rising sun. I was born, a shotgun in my hands. Behind the gun, I'll make my final stand. Yeah, and that's why they call me Red Coat. company I can't deny. Bad company till the day I die. Until the day I die. Until the day I die. Rebel souls, deserters we've been called. Chose a gun and threw away the sun. Now these towns, well, they all know our name. The death punch sound is our claim to fame. And that's why they call me bad company. I can't deny. Bad company till the day I die. Until the day I die. Until the day I die. Until the day I die. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. We've all gotta die. We've all gotta die. Holy diver, you've been down too long in the midnight sea. Oh, what's becoming of me? Ride the tiger, you can see his stripes, but you know he's clean. Oh, don't you see what I mean? Gotta get away. Holy diver. Shiny diamonds, like the eyes of a cat in the black and blue. Something is coming for you. Race for the morning, you can hide in the sun till you see the light. Oh, we will pray it's alright. Gotta get away, get away. It's when the velvet lies. There's no truth that's hard to scale. The vision never dies. Life's a never-ending well. Yeah. Holy diver, you're the star of the masquerade. No need to look so afraid. Jump down. Jump on the tiger. You can feel his heart, but you know he's mean. Sunlight can you. Self-love. I'm waiting here for you. For you.
She seems dressed in all the rings of past fatalities, so fragile yet so devious. She continues to see climatic hands that press her temples and my chest. Enter the night that she came home forever.
You're awful. Me? I'm awful? Oh yeah, how am I awful?
Playing my video. Inviting me on the show. You just wanted to make fun of me. You're just like the rest of them.
You don't know the first thing about me, pal. Look what happened because of what you did, what it led to. There were riots out there. 2 policemen are in critical condition. You're laughing. You're laughing. Someone was killed today because of what you did.
I know. How about another joke, Murray?
No, I think we've had enough of your jokes.
What do you get?
I don't think so.
When you cross
I think
a
we're
mentally
done
ill
with your
loner
jokes.
with
That's
a
it.
society that abandons him and treats him like trash.
Call the police,
I'll
Gene.
tell you what you get.
Call the police.
You get what you fucking deserve.